Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Befriended a Ghost Before UA? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic.
When Izuku got his official UE acceptance letter, it was like his whole world shifted. He felt like his life, everything he'd known, his whole world even, had been tugged out from under him, like a rug he'd been standing on pulled straight out from under his feet. In a good way, of course. The best way, because he did it. He finally did. He'd been dreaming of attending UE High School from the moment he could really talk, from that first time he'd seen All Might on the news years ago, grinning widely, a promise to everyone watching as he carted injured and unconscious civilians out of a collapsed building. Izuku had known from that exact second that he wanted to be just like All Might when he grew up. But his dreams had never seemed achievable, not to anyone but him. He'd always known that. From the very moment he'd been diagnosed quirkless, the X-rays his pediatrician had shown his mother and him when he was just 5 years old, showing that little life-defining joint that would forever make him an outcast in a quirked society. The diagnosis people treated as if it was some deadly ailment instead of just a lack of quirk. He'd known since he was first diagnosed that he'd never be like everyone else, that he'd never have it easy like everyone else. But he tried not to let it stop him. Tried being the key word there. It was easier said than done in a world dominated by quirked individuals. One by one he'd had to pluck out what few dreams he had when they didn't seem viable, or when people told him he'd never be able to do them as a quirkless child. But the one dream he could never seem to shake, the one he held the closest to his chest, was to become a hero like All Might. To be the hero who smiled no matter what, the one people looked up to, the one who people looked to for guidance and support in trying times. It's all he'd ever wanted for himself, all he'd ever wanted to be in the world since he was tiny. It didn't matter who told him it was useless to try. It didn't matter who said he'd never be able to do it. Izuku could never let go of it. It was his dream. All he'd ever wanted in life. So, he wasn't going to give up, no matter who was telling him to. He believed in himself, even if no one else did. And he'd worked so hard to get to this point. He'd worked hard in junior high, knowing he didn't have a cool quirk or any quirk to fall back on or boost his chances of getting accepted into the school. He'd studied hard and managed to get grades good enough to get him a seat in the written entrance exam for UE High School, the very school where so many amazing pro heroes, All Might amongst them, had graduated. The school that trained the best of the best, and he'd somehow managed to scrape his way into their test-taker pool. He'd been waiting for this since he was a child. Izuku had never worked so hard for anything in his life, spending so many hours studying, striving as a quirkless child to get the best grades in the class, to know the most knowledge, to impress the right people so they'd give him a chance. And training his butt off when he wasn't hunched over school notes, working until his limbs felt like jelly and he could hardly stand with the muscle fatigue, only to keep going, to force himself on, because he couldn't give up. Spending hours upon hours at Dagoba Beach with All Might, hoping and praying that he'd be able to prove he was good enough to inherit the man's super cool, transferable quirk, the very thing that would change his life. The very thing that would make him normal, level the playing field, so he wasn't so far behind everyone else anymore. And he'd done it. He'd actually managed to pull it off. Izuku clutches the straps of his yellow backpack tighter, trying not to feel small as he stares up at the UE High School gates. He'd never felt giddier, more accomplished as he'd squared his shoulders and fell into step with the other students hurrying into the school. He feels like he fits in for the first time in his life. They're all wearing the school's famous uniform, a pair of navy-colored slacks or a skirt, respectively, a white button-up, the gray school jacket, and a bright red tie which, incidentally, matched his own well-loved red sneakers. He looks just like them. He's one of them. He, Midoriya Izuku, is wearing the UE school uniform. This is truly a dream. Izuku bows his head as he grins dumbly to himself. He'd made it. Only a handful of teens made it here. Only 1 in 300 students were accepted into UE, not even mentioning the 40 out of thousands of eager entrance exam participants who managed to claim a spot in the elite hero class programs. 20 students per each hero class. Only 2 Class 1A and 1B. And he was one of those select few. And not even that, but he'd made it into Class 1A. How incredible was that? A quirkless Deku falling into step with all these amazing students. The best of the best. Powerful, strong, clever. People who were going to make a name for themselves, whether as heroes, support, business, or even Gen Edition. People who are already good enough to be students at such an elite hero school. Izuku still can't believe he's here. A quirkless. Actually, is that even true anymore? He's not technically a quirkless Deku anymore, not now that he is one for all coursing through his veins. But still, the sentiment hung steady because no matter who or what, Izuku is now with this inherited quirk. He'd always been quirkless. Izuku heaves a nervous breath to calm himself down, finally lifting his head. There's an air of excitement circulating the crowd he's following into the building. Other excited first-year students ready to start their schooling at such a school, or the returning students ready to continue their journey towards graduation and being full-fledged heroes. When they're finally in the school, Izuku manages to branch off from the crowd, trying to remember the directions towards his homeroom classroom, Class 1A. He is never going to get tired of saying that he'd been given when he got his class schedule. He knows not many kids will be going the same direction he is, when the hero classes make up such a small percentage of the school's student body. Actually, Izuku is the only student heading in this direction. The halls are long, the ceilings high. Classrooms are sparsely placed, probably pretty big inside too. The classroom doors themselves are huge, Izuku notes as his hands tighten on the straps of his backpack anxiously. Izuku knows he needs to pick up the pace as the time before the bell trickles down as he searches for his class. He hurries along in fear of being late on his first day. He cannot be late. Not here. Not at Yui. Finally, after what felt like miles of panicked running down the hall, he's located his new classroom. The door, like all the others he's passed, stretches high up to the ceiling, nearly touching it. Izuku himself had never felt shorter in his life. He'd always been short, always smaller than his peers and Kaken, but he never felt it like this. Still, a tall door wasn't going to stop him from achieving his dreams, so with deep breath, he slides the door open. The room is loud when he peeks in, bustling with activity from the other students accepted into the heroics program. Despite the bell having not rung yet, he still feels a little late. Nearly all the seats are taken or crowded around. He's not late, is he? He hadn't heard the bell, and he doesn't see the teacher. Izuku looks a little closer at his new classmates. He's not at all surprised to see Kaken in one of the desks, his feel kicked up on the desktop carelessly. Izuku's cheeks puff out with a huffy sigh as he shakes his head. That's just like Kaken. He's not sure what he expected anything else, honestly. A change of scenery, not even that scenery change being Yui High School, isn't going to change how Kaken acts. Kaken is blatantly ignoring another student trying to lecture him. Izuku thinks he remembers the kid from the entrance exam. Neither of them notice him. Not yet, at least. Izuku doesn't get the luxury of another moment to calm himself, as the boy with glasses catches sight of him, pausing mid-sentence as he turns from Kaken at look at Izuku. The boy pushes his glasses up his nose scrunching up faintly. It's him. Izuku freezes, shifting his feet awkwardly as everyone turns to look at him, Kaken included. Izuku tries hard not to make eye contact with anyone, but he can feel them all looking at him. The feeling of all these students' eyes snapping towards him makes him want to crumble to the floor in a strange kind of embarrassment he can't seem to place. He isn't sure what's so special about him, but clearly something if everyone is looking. Awkward. Izuku isn't used to attention. He doesn't like attention being on him. Panic instantly rises in his chest as the seconds drag on without anyone saying anything. He knows his cheeks have flushed lightly at having so much attention on him. Growing up, attention was never a good thing. If you didn't have something beyond exciting to show and share, some cool or powerful or amazing quirk that people deemed useful, attention meant nothing good. He'd learned that early on. His classmates had made sure he knew that, and it's a lesson he'd always held on to. Izuku can hear himself sputtering nonsense. It's what he does when he's nervous, not matter how hard he tried to keep his mouth shut. It's a habit he's had since he was young, and he can't seem to break it. He has half a mind to turn on his heels and leave the room, to avoid the embarrassment of this, but he's worked too hard and come too far to even entertain the thought. This was where he belonged, whether he fit in around here or not. All Might believed in him now. All Might entrusted his quirk to him. Izuku would do everything in his power to show the hero he made the right call. Izuku squares his shoulders, prepared for the worst, but yet, to his genuine surprise, the tall, glasses-clad teenager beelines towards him, arching into a formal bow. "Good morning," the teenager says tightly, yet pleasantly. "My name is Ida Tenya from the—" "Why, yeah, I know," Izuku interrupts on instinct, waving his hands in a placating gesture. "I saw you at the entrance exam." Izuku remembers seeing this guy in the auditorium before the exam. And he'd just heard Ida introducing himself to Kaken the exact same way moments earlier. And now that he's heard the name, he remembers hearing it at the entrance exam too, even if he hadn't thought to remember it then. He was just another voice in a packed auditorium. How was Izuku supposed to know they'd become classmates? He didn't even think he'd make it into any of the classes. "My name is Midoriya Izuku," Izuku introduces in turn, after clearing the nerves from his throat. Super nice to meet you." He hears the uncertain wobble in his tone, but knows it's definitely just his nerves still. Ida talks a bit more with Izuku, having more luck with him than he had with Kaken, who is still glaring daggers at Izuku from his desk. Ida does most of the talking, but Izuku is content to listen more than he speaks. He's still nervous, and he's starting to feel a little overwhelmed, and he feels Kaken glaring, which isn't a good thing. Ida seems to think Izuku knows more than your average student for some reason, which is a little ridiculous because Izuku feels like he knows even less than everyone else considering he hadn't even had a quirk until a couple weeks ago, and he's honestly still kinda reeling from that. Ida doesn't seem to really believe him when Izuku tells him that he hadn't figured much more out than Ida had that day. He doesn't know why Ida is so hung up on this. Izuku simply couldn't find it in himself to leave another student like that. Not when they could have gotten hurt. After all, wasn't the whole point of this class to help people? It didn't seem very heroic to him to turn his back on someone in need, even if the zero-pointer wouldn't help him rake up points. He'd simply been doing the right thing. Helping someone, especially someone who'd been so kind to him too. It didn't feel right to leave them to fend for themselves when he could help. Ida seems to consider his explanation thoroughly, and the intensity of it honestly makes Izuku feels a little weird.
Was it really so odd of a reaction?
He knows no one else had tried to help, but he truly believed it was the right response. Izuku startles when he feels a presence behind him, body stiffening up as a girl's voice, interrupts them. Izuku swirls around to face the new addition, cheeks flushing once again at the kind smile on the girl's face. "Oh, hey," her grin widens as she scans Izuku's face. "I remember that messed up hair. Falling boy.
Oh, right."
This is the girl who'd stopped him from crashing to the ground when he'd tripped before the exam. She also happens to be the one he'd, in turn, saved after she got caught in the rubble created from the zero-pointer emerging from the ground. She was very kind. He's glad she also made it into the heroics class. The girl keeps talking on, but Izuku can't seem to keep up with her. Maybe it's nerves or the fact that this is all pretty new for him. People wanting to talk to him, people showing interest in him. You don't get a lot of that when people know you're quirkless. It's an odd change of pace for him. He's not sure he really knows how to process it. She seems happy enough, all bright-eyed and wide grins as she bounces on her heels and talks enthusiastically. He likes her, he decides. Or maybe it's the fact that he feels like he owes his place in this program, to this girl. He'd seen what she said, how she'd offered up her own point for him after the exam when he had no combat points of his own. No one had ever gone out of their way for him like that. He's not sure if he would have even made it into the school without her vouching for him like that, so he's very grateful to her. Izuku makes sure to thank her diligently when the thought crosses his mind, head bowing respectfully as his cheeks heat up. If he's honest, after that point, he doesn't really remember much of their conversation. They're mostly just rambling back and forth, with Ida listening in behind Izuku. Truth be told, Izuku's not even sure they're having the same conversation, but it flows easily enough that the rambling takes away some of his lingering nerves. He's pretty overwhelmed by all this, and he can tell she's excited. He's excited too. It's nice to just talk with someone, to have someone match his energy, so it's not weird. This girl actually seems like a very nice person, so maybe they could be friends? If she wants to, at least. She's still talking excitedly about orientation and meeting their classmates and
Teachers when a new voice, an older voice that sounds like it's been worn down over the years, cuts her off sharply. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. Izuku gapes, leaning slight to peer around the girl and into the hallway, where a yellow log of fabric is laying along the floor. There's a blank face peeking out, and the features, devoid of emotion and exhausted looking, match up with the voice tired and worn. The log of fabric looks like it doesn't really want to be there, but is out of obligation. Izuku is stunned into silence. There's a moment's pause, Izuku, Ida, and the girl all frozen in place, and then, in a quick movement, the girl is jumping away from the figure, her back bumping against Izuku's chest as the three of them stare down at the figure in the hall. Izuku can feel Ida's unnerving gaze over his shoulder, moderately surprised, but not as surprised as Izuku thinks he should be given the situation. There is a man in a bright yellow sleeping bag on the floor outside their classroom, supposedly their new teacher. That's a little weird. The yellow sleeping bag crinkles a little as the figure inside moves. Then the man inside lets out a heavy-sounding sigh before he speaks again. Welcome to Yui's hero course. The sleeping bag unzips just enough for the man's hand to lift something to his mouth, a pouch of some sort, before he finally pushes himself to his feet, unzipping the sleeping bag all the way as he stands, letting the yellow fabric pool around his feet. They watch him uneasily, but the man doesn't seem fazed by it in the slightest. It took 8 seconds before you all to shut up. That's not gonna work. Izuku can do nothing more than stare at the man talks, voice low and monotonous. He steps out of his sleeping bag and collects it from the ground as he continues. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. The man surveys the three of them with tired eyes before his gaze shifts to the rest of the class in the room. Hello, even that sounded bland and exhausted. I'm Aizawa Shota, your teacher. And that? Well, that's not quite what Izuku was expecting. Weren't all the teachers at Yui heroes? Izuku isn't sure he knows this guy. And if the collective gasp from the rest of the class is anything to go off, he's not alone. Still, the man is undeterred by their surprise. Maybe he's always like this, so he's used to these kinds of reactions from people, but Izuku still feels a bit bad. He hadn't meant to be rude. This is their sensei after all. They should be respecting him. Right, let's get to it. The man huffs tiredly, digging through his sleeping bag before pulling out a uniform. It's the physical education uniform, Izuku notes in awe. He only knows this from watching the Yui Sports Festival on TV for the past couple years in anticipation for his own chance at the festival, and as a way to analyze students' quirks. Put these on and head outside. It's at that moment Izuku finally notices the figure stood behind Aizawa-sensei in the hallway. He doesn't know how he hadn't noticed the latecomer before. Maybe it was the shock of their new hero course teacher inching into the classroom like some oversized caterpillar, or maybe just Izuku's overall distraction as he tries to make sense of all of this. He doesn't know what he was expecting their first day to be like, but it's certainly nothing like this. The new guy is tall, broad in the shoulders in a way Izuku isn't. He's definitely a student though. He's younger than the man in front of him, a teenager, so he's not a teacher. And he's also wearing the Yui school uniform. There's no way this kid isn't a student. Probably another new classmates who's unfortunate enough to be arriving late to class. Instead of trying to sneak in past their new teacher, clearly a teacher you don't want to mess around with, to avoid first-day trouble, the teenager stands completely still behind Aizawa-sensei. Just standing there, looking almost bored. His arms are crossed over his chest in a way that screams indifference, and his lips pucker like he's chewing on the inside of his cheek. The look on his face strikes Izuku as odd. No student who'd been given a position in Yui's Elite 1A roster, any student hand-selected as one of the few to be accepted into such a small class would ever look like that. But unimpressed. Who would be bored at a school like Yui anyways? Izuku's brow furrows as he takes the kid in. He's got light, pastel blue-colored hair that looks almost fiery actually. No, that's not right. Kaken has fiery hair, and that's not what this guy has. But he also doesn't have curls like Izuku. The blue tufts of hair float almost weightlessly above the guy's head. It looks natural, so Izuku wonders if he's using any products to achieve such a look, but it also looks too soft to be held up with hairspray or gel. Izuku wonders if it has something to do with his quirk. His eyes are bright blue too, but they're a lot darker than his hair. Another defining feature on the teenager is a bandage running across the bridge of his nose. Bright blue eyes level Aizawa-sensei a fond look before turning into the room and looking over all the students with an impressed look. His hand settles on the frame of the door as he peers into the room to look at them. He's scanning the students more intently than their new teacher had. Izuku's eyes are stuck on the teen. Now that Izuku has gotten a good look at this guy, he seems older than them. How he holds himself, the confident air he has. It's very unlike all of Izuku's new classmates, minus the unshakable Kaken of course. Maybe he's not a first year after all. Izuku would guess maybe 17 or 18, because he certainly didn't look 14 or 15. So is he perhaps a third year or something? Why would he be here at 1A then? Izuku's gaze follows the blue-haired teenager as he swiftly steps past Aizawa-sensei, then squeezes carelessly past Izuku, Ida and the girl as well. He doesn't feel the faint whoosh of air that usually comes with motion, and Aizawa-sensei, nor any of the other students seem to acknowledge this guy in the slightest. Izuku blinks owlishly. Is this some sort of test? No one says anything on the matter, not about the teenager currently doing laps around the room sizing them up, or the fact he'd come in so late without their new teacher making an example out of him like he had with Izuku and his new peers. Sensei doesn't even acknowledge his companion that had clearly come with him. No one so much as bats an eye at the new student now perched at the back of the room watching them. Seriously, this has to be a test. What else could it be? Who is this guy? No one even glances in the blue-haired boy's direction as P uniforms are handed out. Aizawa-sensei watches over his nose, making sure they all grab the uniforms that have already been fitted with the measurements they'd handed in before the school year, and turns on his heels, leaving the room without a word after everyone has won. The students pour out of the room after him, all heading towards the locker rooms to change. Izuku watches them go, letting the confusion win over. Before he knows it, he's the last one remaining in the classroom, just lingering by the door his peers had left through. If he lingers too long he'll be late. He knows that. But he also can't just leave. The latecomer is still in the room, back leaned against the wall at the back of the room, unbothered. Like he isn't also supposed to be rushing to change his clothes in an attempt to appease their new sensei. Izuku knows what it's like to be the kid who gets ignored. So he can't, in good conscience, do the same thing to someone else. Izuku turns fully to face the room before he can think better of it, skiing in a hesitant breath before blowing it out. The new student hadn't gotten a P uniform. Not even with Aizawa-sensei, so obviously making sure everyone got theirs. He still stood at the back of the room, attention raised to the ceiling as if trying to pass time. Izuku can't place the look on this boy's face, but it's not a particularly nice one. It's a bit rude that no one so much as looked at the other boy. He couldn't even imagine being that ignored on the first day of a new class. Hey, are you all right? Izuku's speaking before he can stop himself. For a long second, the boy at the back of the room ignores him. Irritation flurries in Izuku's stomach. He's trying to be kind, and this guy is ignoring him? When he still doesn't look over after another second, Izuku forcefully clears his throat. Maybe the guy just hadn't heard him? He's clearly lost in his own head. If he ignores people and doesn't follow instructions, he's bound to get kicked out of school, especially a school like this. The flicker of irritation melts away almost as fast as it had settled when the blue-haired teenager startles abruptly, attention shooting to Izuku. He looks completely surprised for another long second, eyes staring intently at Izuku as his face twists up in confusion and his eyebrow is arching in disbelief. Izuku bites his lip, clearing his throat once again now that he has the other's attention. You didn't get your P uniform. I'm sure Aizawa-sensei didn't mean to forget you, or anything. I think he's just, a little tired? I think even teachers get overwhelmed on the first day, you know? Izuku's words hang in the air for a second. The kid doesn't say anything. He tears his gaze away from Izuku, looks curiously around the room before his eyes land back on Izuku. He looks baffled. Izuku doesn't understand. Finally, the other teenager opens his mouth to respond, but freezes before his jaw snaps shut. He hesitates, then points to himself awkwardly. He blinks once, then twice before he clears his throat. Are you talking to me? Who else would I be talking to? Izuku snorts in amusement. He lets his arms cross over his chest as he nods slowly, his own gaze trailing over the room just to assure himself, despite the fact he already knows, that it's just the two of them left. There's no one else in the room, so obviously he's talking to this kid. It's just us in here now, isn't it? The other student's jaw drops before a smile slowly starts to creep along his face until it's a wide grin that makes Izuku want to grin in return. You can really see me? Like, seriously see me? I mean, you are talking to me, but you can see me too. Izuku PPS his faintly head in confusion. Yeah? Blue fluffy hair, blue eyes? You're wearing the school uniform? Am I not supposed to see you? Is it a quirk? Wait. Are you supposed to be invisible because that would be so cool? Nope, not a quirk, the other teen chirps, and he steps towards Izuku, smiling broadening, if it were even possible. His eyes are lit up with so much excitement, and his gaze is laser-focused on Izuku as if he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I can't believe this. It's been so long since wow. Izuku forces a nervous laugh as he rubs at the back of his neck awkwardly. He returns the grin instinctually, because it's hard not to return so much enthusiasm. Izuku steps towards the other teen, holding his hand out to shake in a polite greeting. I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. We haven't officially met yet, right? I don't remember seeing you at the entrance exam. The blue-haired boy pauses sharply, gaze dropping down to Izuku's extended hand. He studies it just long enough for the awkwardness to hit Izuku full force once again, before the other finally settles on shrugging. The other boy's hand swings to hit Izuku's in a handshake, accompanied by a cheerful introduction of Shirakumo Oboro, except, instead of the blue-haired teen's hand clasping into his own when their hands come together, the other boy's hand phases right through Izuku's. Shirakumo doesn't seem surprised by it, but Izuku whips his hand back when the intense chill climbs up his arm. Midoriya Izuku could see ghosts. Despite how dramatic it sounded, it wasn't really that big of a deal. It wasn't as scary as it seemed, not to Izuku, at least. He'd been able to see things other people couldn't for as long as he could remember. Maybe that's why he'd never thought it was scary. It was just how it was. It was normal to him. Sure, it was odd and strange, not usually something he'd tell others about himself, since it wasn't something people generally took well, or even accepted, but that didn't make the fact that he could see them any less real. What others chose to believe really had nothing to do with Izuku, even if it made him feel different. He could see, hear, and communicate with the dead. To Izuku, ghosts weren't really much different from living, breathing people. Looking back now, he's really not sure how many of the figures and friends from his childhood were ghosts, and how many were living people. Not that it really matters anyways, it doesn't change anything about it, it's just something he thinks about sometimes, because he genuinely can't tell. He'd never been particularly good at distinguishing between alive and dead, not simply by looking. There were ways to tell, of course, but none that didn't make him look insane to everyone else who couldn't see ghosts. Even to this day, after nearly 16 years of having such a perplexing ability, he still struggles with telling the difference between living people and the deceased. They just look so much like living people you'd think they'd maybe look gory or ghostly after death, but truthfully, besides a faint translucence that he can't even really notice from afar, they look like regular, normal people. To Izuku at least. It's hard to wrap his brain around the fact that not everyone he sees in day-to-day life is a living person, that he can't always tell. He's always struggled with it. Being able to tell who was alive and who wasn't. It made him feel like an outcast. Seeing things others couldn't, the strange looks when he says something to someone no one else could see, or acknowledge a ghost no one believed existed. People weren't always kind when they didn't understand, and no one understands what he can do. His mother says he'd always been different. She'd said it with a smile when he was little, patting his head fondly as she'd mutter the words, but it was only as he started to get older that he realized her smile never reached her eyes when she'd talk about it. He remembers how she'd always fondly recall his quirks when he was a baby, barely old enough to hold his own head up. Her tone was always fond, but there was a distance to it too. Izuku had always thought the distant tone was more telling than the fond one. She'd tell him, and others, how Izuku had always had attention issues. Even when he was newly born, just starting to recognize the world around him. How he'd never really focus on any one thing, attention always lulling away from whoever was holding him, his mother, or father, usually, and how his focus would stray, wide owlish eyes peering into the corners of their apartment as if watching something else, watching someone else. She'd always laughed when she recalled those memories to him, her hand always rubbing at the back of her neck nervously. They never did know what had him so enthralled in the living room, since neither could see what he saw, and he was definitely not old enough to recount it, doesn't even remember such a thing happening, though he doesn't doubt it. They'd moved out of that apartment just before Izuku turned 1, so no matter how hard he tries to remember, he can't. That was just how it went for Izuku though. Over the years the odd quirk of the green-haired child didn't go away. As much as his mother prayed it was just a phase he'd outgrow. She spoke about the worry that had crept up along her spine whenever her baby would babble at the empty couch, or crawl to sit in a corner, making grabby hands in a silent question to be picked up by no one she could see. He babbled aimlessly through his toddler years to empty rooms and in directions where no one was sitting. His mother says he was always focused on something else. Something not really there. He chattered and cooed and giggled to himself alone in his room, or the living room, or even sometimes in the bath in the evening, which, looking back now, is a little weird. No matter how hard people tried to keep his attention, his eyes would always stray from living people, his parents, family members, ogling adults trying to coo at him in grocery store checkout lanes. Even the children his own age in playgroups and daycare could barely keep his attention. His gaze would drift away, up over their shoulders, or sometimes he'd even lean around them to look behind them like he barely even noticed they were there, nothing but a distraction to what he really wanted to see. He'd stare at corners of rooms and empty spaces and smile, wave his little hand like someone, was waving at him. He knew his ability drove a wedge between himself and his parents. His father had left when Izuku was little, just after the revelation that whatever weird ability he had was definitely not a quirk, because he had an extra joint in his pinky toe. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. His father had departed to America in the following weeks, and honestly, Izuku hasn't seen him since. Izuku knows why he'd left. Not only was his kid quirkless, he was the weird kid too. Even in infancy. Izuku honestly doesn't even remember his father. His mother tried, she really did, but he knew she really didn't accept what he could do as well as she tried to appear to. He knows she hadn't really accepted it at all. Never deep down. He knew it scared her. That he could see things she couldn't. For the first few years of his life, he saw many doctors about it. Medical doctors, child psychologists. Anyone under the sun who had the faintest clue what could be happening. A few diagnosed him with schizophrenia before he could even talk, but by the time he could speak, that diagnosis was wiped off the table. He wasn't schizophrenic. Even he knew that. Other people might not be able to see them, but they were real. Others promised his mother that it was just imaginary friends, some children had them, and it was perfectly normal for Izuku to have some as well. As endearing as that notion was, there was just no way. It was the last therapist that he went to that his mother finally broke down. He'd had a session, and now he was waiting in the hallway while his mother talked about the session with the therapist. He heard her cry through the shut door how he wasn't normal. How none of this was normal. How she was scared, terrified. And the therapist just kept promising her that he'd grow out of it eventually. That they'd just have to wait it out, and someday, Izuku would be normal. Izuku remembers considering that normal. He wasn't normal. Izuku remembers quirking his head faintly to the side, spotting an older man sitting beside him. Izuku was quite sure the man wasn't alive, but that didn't mean he wasn't real. Izuku knows if he'd asked questions, the man would probably answer. He pet his head at the man, who returned the gesture in surprise, before the child was looking back down at his crayon drawing and dragging the red crayon along the paper. His mother's cries filled his ears as the therapist quietly consoled her. That's the moment Izuku decided that he was no longer going to see ghosts. Well, aloud at least. He was sure they wouldn't leave him alone even if he asked super nicely. That's just when he stopped telling her about the ghosts he saw and started shouldering everything himself. And honestly, from that point on, things got better. Though it hadn't fixed the crumbling relationship with his mother, she hadn't left him like his father had. Izuku had feared she'd leave him too, but she hadn't. She, of course, hadn't entirely believed he was better, and he knew it. Things were still strange between them. The older Izuku got, the less he saw his mother. She worked long hours to provide for them, and he was thankful, but he couldn't help but miss her. Just because he wasn't acknowledging his ability aloud to his mother didn't mean it stopped. He was known in school as the mumbling quirkless kid. Mumbling because it felt rude to ignore anyone talking to him, and when he was little, he had trouble trying not to respond to the ghosts, couldn't even always tell either until others pointed it out. Kids were cruel about anything that made someone different, and talking to something that wasn't there was definitely something to be cruel about. He's actually glad they think he's just mumbling to himself instead of having actual conversations with the ghosts. Comes in contact with. It's easier to swallow than Deku sees dead people. Weirdo. So, instead, he was known as the oddball who'd muttered to himself and would stare off into space. It wasn't worth the fight to try and tell anyone, and he really didn't need to add fuel to the fire that was being quirkless. Why not make him a weirdo who claims to see ghosts as well? Everything changed the day he met All Might. The day he'd had his dreams crushed in the afternoon, when his favorite hero told him he couldn't be a pro hero without a quirk, but by the evening that same day, he was training to inherit his favorite hero's quirk, which in and of itself was a wild concept. But if it means getting a quirk after suffering being quirkless Deku for more than half of his life, he would believe anything All Might told him. He trained hard. Kept his lips sealed about his run-in with the #1 hero when he came in contact with his mother. Not that she really asked him questions anymore, even when he started looking like he was working out and completely changed his diet to fit All Might's meal plan. He would get into Yui High School, and he would be a hero. And he had. It had taken 2 legs and an arm, not his finest display of skills, but to be fair, he had just inherited one for all that morning, and a visit to a very annoyed recovery girl, but by some insane chances, he'd actually made it into the hero course. He was officially a 1A student, and he'd done it all himself. The information that they were having a quirk apprehension test had thrown Izuku for a loop. Like he could hardly think straight. For a second there, his brain had short-circuited as he stood in line with the rest of his peers, all clad in their matching physical education uniforms. They're all ready and waiting for whatever their odd new teacher decides to toss their way, and yet Izuku is dumbfounded by the assessment test they're about to compete in. He should be in orientation right now. They all should. That was how high school went. They were shown around the school. They got acquainted with their peers, the people they'd be sharing a class with for the next 3 years, and then seeing and meeting the other classes, and meeting their new teachers. But they weren't. Instead, they were having a test. A test on the first day. An assessment test on a quirk Izuku can barely control. Just perfect. A jolt of chills crawled up Izuku's spine as his gaze strayed away from his teacher to the blue-haired boy, Shirakumo, stood casually at the man's side. He wasn't close to Izuku, but his presence was still chilling. Because come on. A ghost. In Izuku's new class. What are the odds? Of course, the first change he has at starting fresh, at not being the weird muttering kid who thinks he can see dead people, there's a literal ghost in his class. Of course. The ghost's hands were tucked loosely in his pockets, and his head was quirked as he studied the lineup of students with the same scrutiny Aizawa-sensei showcased. The man's eyes were narrowed, calculating and judging, whereas the teenager at his side was glancing down the line carelessly. Sensei's gaze was actually pretty terrifying. When spotting Izuku, the ghost waves enthusiastically. Izuku looks away quickly. Izuku had left the classroom pretty quickly after realizing he'd stuck behind to talk to a ghost. The ghost had been right on his heels, following him all the way to the changing rooms after he'd fled. The ghost had tried to talk to him, but Izuku had ignored the attempts shamefully. He feels bad he does, but he can't. The ghost hadn't seemed bothered. In fact, the ghost hadn't even taken the hint that Izuku couldn't talk to him. Thankfully, Shirakumo didn't stick around long with all of Izuku's new classmates stripping down to change into their PE attire. He at least had some level of etiquette and decency to not watch the living students change that chased him from the room. Izuku had blown out a quiet sigh of relief as he'd stripped out of his own clothes without a ghost watching. But, to Izuku's dismay, he hadn't left. He'd just joined Aizawa-sensei outside. He should have known it wouldn't be that easy. His eyes lit up again when he made eye contact with Izuku, but the green-haired boy ducked his gaze before anyone else could see him staring off into space like an idiot. The ghost's lips had puckered, but he still didn't seem deterred. And he still hadn't taken the hint. This is going to be a long test. But orientation? We're gonna miss it. Izuku manages to pull his gaze away from the ghost who'd shot him a grin and a thumbs up when they happened to catch gazes again. He looks briefly to Uraraka, who'd voiced the concern, before he forces his attention back on his new homeroom teacher. Unlike Shirakumo, Aizawa-sensei is not facing them anymore. There's a disinterest in how their teacher regards them when he looks back over his shoulder at the girl who'd questioned him. He doesn't appear to like them very much, nor does he seem to want to be here. Izuku stares at the man's back as he finally replies, "If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies." The man doesn't speak for a second, like he's letting his words sink in. Around him, Izuku's classmates wait on bated breath for the man to continue. Some shuffle their feet uncertainly, while others draw in anxious breaths as they wait. Izuku himself can't look away from the ghost at the man's side. He knows he should be focused on sensei, but he can't look away from Shirakumo. The ghost is watching the man. He rolls his eyes fondly. Shirakumo lets out a light laugh at the man's antics. Maybe it's familiar to him. How long has the ghost been hanging around the teacher? And gives a tiny, amused shake of his head as he angles his head to watch the teacher more closely. Here at UE, we're not tethered to tradition, Aizawa-sensei continues. Bluntly, without so much as glancing back at them. After no more than a second, the man turns the slightest bit. That means that I get to run my class however I see fit. It feels like a threat. It's probably not, but it feels like one. A murmur can be heard from the gaggle of students, but the man once again doesn't seem fazed. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in practical exams before. He pauses once again, but continues on before anyone else can get a word in. Not that anyone's stupid enough to even try. The country's still trying to pretend that we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. Aizawa-sensei's gaze scans over them before his attention settles off to Izuku's left. Bakugo, you scored the most points in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance thrown with a softball when you were in junior high? Izuku peers around Ida, who's beside him, to watch Kaken in interest. The blonde regards their new teacher with a glare. 67 meters, I think. Izuku remembers that. He himself had never been particularly good in sports classes, but Kaken had always been strong and determined. He excelled in most of his classes, but his poor temper often lost him points, even when students and teachers alike praised the ground he walked on for his quirk. Still, he had a wicked good arm even without the added power of his quirk. The green-haired boy shakes himself from his thoughts, leaning back into place. Right? Aizawa-sensei nods. Izuku can't tell if he's impressed or not, gaze never straying from Kaken. Try doing it with your quirk. For a second, Kaken hesitates. Barely a second, but Izuku sees it, and he only sees it because he's known Kaken since they were tiny. His eyes scan up their new teacher to determine if he should take the man seriously before he's taking the proffered softball into his hand and walking confidently to the outlined pitching circle. It's only when he makes it into the circle that Aizawa-sensei continues on with the rules. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Go on. You're wasting our time. Izuku's not sure if their teacher means to rile Kaken up, but he certainly does. The blonde scoffs in annoyance as he stretches his arms out, before shaking the limbs to prepare for motion. Izuku's seen him do this loads of times. Kaken is loosening his muscles to give this throw his all. The The blonde wants to show off, or maybe prove their new teacher wrong somehow. Alright man, you asked for it, the ashen-haired teenager sneers. Kakin arches his arm back like he usually does when pitching a softball, eyes shining with what can only be arrogant excitement as he finally lets go of the ball. Izuku knows his jaw drops. Unlike every other throw he's seen from Kakin, ones that hit their target straight on and travel the allotted 60+ meters, this one doesn't. There's so much power in it that Izuku wants to burst into cheers like he had back when Kakin was still leaning his quirk, back when they were friends and he didn't view Izuku as a useless extra. Everyone watches in silence as the ball is launched into the sky, leaving a streak of flames and black smoke in its wake. Aizawa-sensei still doesn't really look impressed, but Izuku has a feeling it's about as close as they're going to see from the straight-faced teacher. Beside him though, Shirakumo is staring up in awe, fingers knotted in his own hair as he gapes. Whoa Sho, you're totally impressed. I'm impressed. That was so cool. Sho. Izuku gapes too, but for a completely different reason than the feat Kakin just exhibited. He doesn't have time to dwell on either the softball slowly descending from the tips of the atmosphere or Shirakumo calling their teacher Sho, before Aizawa-sensei is talking again. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities, he tells them, glancing down at the device in his hand before turning towards them again. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Izuku swears his eyes bulge out of his head when Aizawa-sensei holds the device out so they can see the screen. 705 meters. Kakin threw the softball 705 meters. Hey nice. Shirakumo yelps from beside sensei, leaning around to look at the results. It blocks Izuku's view of the screen, but he's the only one. Besides, he wasn't sure he'd be able to tear his gaze off of it without the help. That was a good start. Something tells me this class is going to be fun. Izuku swallows nervously as he ignores the ghost's attention, hands suddenly feeling sweaty. He can't do that. Is that the standard sensei is expecting from them? Around him, his classmates sputter to life, all wanting a turn to be in the spotlight and show off what they're capable of. Izuku doesn't share the same sentiment, still gaping at that throw, silently wondering how he'll ever compare to Kakin. How could anyone beat that? Kakin was so cool, but he's so screwed. The chatter steadily grows louder as Izuku's classmates get more hyped up, until Aizawa-sensei speaks again, voice low but instantly silencing them all. So, this looks fun, huh? Shiro, the boy with tape dispensers on his elbows, snaps his jaw shut when Aizawa-sensei looks directly at him. The silence is suffocating, and it feels like you could cut the tension surrounding them at those 5 words their teacher had muttered with a knife. Nobody moves. No one even makes a sound as they all stare at their teacher. Shirakumo lets out a low whistle at what must be a pitiful sight of the entire class scared into silence. It doesn't make Izuku feel any better in the slightest. You have 3 years here to become a hero, sensei tells them, voice loud but not booming. Still, no one dares look away. You think it's all gonna be games and playtime? There's a beat. They're all too stunned by the cruel smile curling onto Aizawa-sensei's lips as he glances down the line of them. There's amusement in his voice as he mutters the next word, just barely loud enough for them to hear it. Idiots. Beside the man, Shirakumo lets out a hearty laugh. Man, you are such a estising, the ghost teases in an overly fond way. You're having way too much fun scaring the shit out of these kids. And just like the whistle from before, a sense of dread climbs along Izuku's spine at the ghost laughing like that. Also, SDST is not what you want to hear about the teacher you'll have for the next 3 years. Izuku is actually a little fearful of how this year will turn out. When he's done laughing, the ghost turns to Izuku, jerking a thumb over his shoulder in the direction of their teacher. Scary, ain't he? Although he knows he shouldn't, Izuku's head bows in the slightest of nods, eyes jerking to meet Shirakumo's before darting away. It makes Shirakumo grin widely. Why does the ghost suddenly look like he's won the lottery or something? That can't be a good sign. Izuku can worry about that later though. The two of them both look back towards Aizawa-sensei when the man speaks again, voice still low and terrifying. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Izuku thinks he might faint. drop right then and there as his teacher's scary grin widens. Izuku can hear his own heart pounding in his ears, fear coursing through his veins. This is not how he expected his first day to go. His first, potentially his last, depending on how good he manages to use a quirk he just got. The man looks greatly pleased with their reception to his threat, happy with the reactions he's seeing from them. He's serious, Izuku realizes with a start. One of them will be expelled by the end of the class. Oh dear Lord, he might get expelled today. What the hell is he supposed to tell All Might if this is how he loses his place at Yui? Shirakumo is shaking his head when Izuku's eyes dart in his direction. Izuku doesn't know what he's looking for when he looks towards the ghost, but he knows he finds it. And it's not good. The ghost's arms are crossed over his chest once more, and he's regarding the man with exasperation. Exasperation, but there's still a fondness in his gaze as well. He turns to Izuku next, head pinged to the side. He's serious, he shrugs half-heartedly. Good luck, Midoriya. And that just makes him feel sick to his stomach. He's not sure if Shirakumo is trying to lighten his mood or freak him out more. Either way, it is not helping. A bit more sympathy would be nice, Izuku thinks begrudgingly as he grits his teeth. It feels like Aizawa-sensei's eyes are boring into him as he stands before them with a blank expression, body slouched and one hand tucked in his pocket. Izuku doesn't dare look over in fear of accidentally meeting the teacher's eyes. Beside the man, Shirakumo is the opposite, standing tall and grinning at the gathering of students expectantly. At least someone is excited about this turn of events. Izuku's sure fear is showing on his face, and for some reason, he thinks that was their teacher's goal. To scare them, terrify them. And an automatic expulsion will certainly do that to a group of kids who fought tooth and nail to get where they are. Izuku swears his heart hasn't stopped pounding since the man started speaking. He is indeed thoroughly spooked. The odds are not in his favor, he knows. That's enough to scare anyone. He can only use one for all at 100%, which breaks his body, or at 0%, which is right back to square one of quirklessness. Everyone around him has been growing with their quirks for over 10 years. They've had quirk counseling to control it and work with it, and have nurtured their unique powers. They know their quirks. Izuku has only had one for all since the morning of the entrance exam. That's only a few weeks. That is not enough time, and truthfully, he and All Might hadn't had much time to practice it in the days leading up to school, so essentially he's screwed. Plain and simple. You look like you're gonna vomit. Izuku's head jerks to his side where Shirakumo suddenly is. He doesn't remember seeing the teen move, but here he is. Izuku doesn't have it in him to be upset, too busy mourning his embarrassingly short high school career. The blue-haired boy's head is quirked in confusion, lip bitten between his teeth in concern as if sensing Izuku's genuine distress. It won't be that bad, right? I mean, you're powerful enough to get here, yeah? Show him what you're made of. Izuku gives the blue-haired boy a bit of a pity nod, knowing full well he just managed to slip in through the cracks. Had Uraraka not spoken up for him, he's not sure he'd be here right now. He had 0 points. The only robot he'd taken out was the one that was literally called the zero-pointer. What does that say about him? Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Izuku forces his gaze back onto his teacher, swallowing down the sheer dread that only bubbles up more at the deranged look in Aizawa-sensei's eyes when he regards them all with a terrifying smile. Understand? If that's a problem, then you can head home right now. He's really going all out today, Shirakumo huffs out, glancing to his side at Izuku. The ghost offers a toothy smile, rubbing his chin with his thumb and index finger. He's gotten scarier, you know. I think it's the stubble. Terrifying. Yuaha, Izuku wheezes out in reply, just under his breath. He tries to listen in to the conversation going on around him. He hears Uraraka's voice again, and Aizawa-sensei's retort. Their teacher talks of unfairness of villains and natural disasters, as well as a hero's duty. And usually, Izuku would be all over that, but he's still drowning in his own head, and there's a distinct chill at his side that gives no comfort. From the bits he manages to hear, it sounds like a pretty motivating speech. Under any other circumstance, he probably would have loved the encouragement, but Izuku just can't seem to wrap his brain around understanding it. Words are going in one ear and out the other as he tries to steady himself. It feels like he's seconds away from falling over. Is the ground moving, or is it just him? He only forces his eyes to clear away the blurring haze when he sees their teacher scan down the class, eyes pausing briefly on Izuku before continuing. Had he looked at Izuku longer than the others? Should he be even more scared? The man's finger bends in a come here motion, an invitation as he speaks, words loud and clear, and a bit lighter than before, so go beyond, he tells them, and it's the nicest he sounded yet. Plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. And it doesn't sound like a threat, but that's all Izuku hears. He can only hear the two words. Expulsion. Immediate. He can't fail now, he'd come so far. Worked so hard. He couldn't fail All Might. Now then, the man squints challengingly at them, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. The games go about as well as Izuku predicts them too. He's gotten better since training with All Might, he's a bit more athletic than he had been in junior high, but he's still miles behind his peers. It's very clear too. He's not confident enough to use his quirk, so he does everything quirkless. He's not overly fast or strong, and honestly that's with all the training with All Might. He knows he's not placing well, and he feels Aizawa-sensei's gaze on him whenever he's not looking. Shirakumo is supportive or, as supportive as a ghost he's known for no longer than an hour can be. He hypes Izuku up and smiles awkwardly when Izuku doesn't do so well. Izuku is getting a lot of awkward, encouraging smiles. Still it helps. One by one the tests pass by. He tries his hardest, but he really stands no chance against these heroes in training. Not without one for all, but he can't break himself yet. He needs to be able to compete in all the games. He has to prove himself to Aizawa-sensei. He's going to show his teacher that it isn't a mistake that he's here, so he's not going to bench himself before he has a chance to prove himself. Not until he has to. By the time he's up for the pitching test, his limbs feel numb in fear. He's already tired from the running and the grip tests. From jumping. From failing, and watching his classmate pass him in each test. His exhaustion is there, but he won't let it determine his fate. He's fought harsher conditions, run on less fumes than he is now, so he's not going to stop. He stands in the pitching circle, a softball ringed with a distance tracker clutched in his hand. Off to the side, standing just on the inside of the white line is Shirakumo, who's watching in interest. His class is standing a few paces back, all watching and waiting for him to take his turn, and a couple steps behind them, Aizawa-sensei is also watching him with a hawk's eye. Having his teacher's attention solely on him is a lot more terrifying than Izuku had expected it to be. It feels like any wrong move he makes will be the tipping point to his expulsion. You got it, the pastel-haired boy grins, shooting him two enthusiastic thumbs up. I don't know if I do, Izuku whispers back, gaze locked on the ball in his hand. Izuku sees as the other JRKs in surprise at being spoken to after Izuku not responding to him all morning from the corner of his eye, but he doesn't mention it. The only reason he's responding now is because everyone's far enough away that they won't hear him or see his lips moving. He's alone in the circle, besides the ghost's company. He has nothing against talking with ghosts, he just won't do it somewhere he'll be judged and labeled as a freak. He's really not as scary as he seems, Shirakumo offers kindly, dragging his fingers up through his hair. I promise he's way more bark than he is bite. He's a softie at his core. Like a kitten. That's what makes him a good teacher. Izuku wants to question if this ghost teen was a student of Aizawa-sensei's, but he thinks better of it. How he knows the teacher isn't important right now. What's important is passing this test so he doesn't get expelled. And that means using one for all. He can't fail all of these tests. He can't fail everything, can't be last in each event. He can't. He needs at least one good score if he wants even a chance at not being in last place by the end of this. Still he lets his head tilt in Shirakumo's direction slightly, frowning lightly. Sorry, but I find that hard to believe. Shirakumo shrugs, but flashes an understanding smile anyways. Izuku lets his gaze linger on Shirakumo for a moment before he blows out a breath. He plants his feet, draws his arm back, focuses hard on activating one for all at 100% and finally throws the ball and 46 meters. The distance tracker chirps cheerfully. Dread pools in his stomach like a brick. That wasn't as cool as I thought it would be. Izuku doesn't even have the strength to look over at Shirakumo. What just happened? He was channeling one for all. He felt it coursing through his veins. Why hadn't it worked? What gives? Izuku breathes out, eyes dropping to his shaking hand. I was trying to use it just now. I erased your quirk. Aizawa-sensei's voice rumbles from behind him, and when Izuku spins to face his teacher, he's a lot closer than before. His hair floats wildly above his head, and his eyes are a menacing red. The scarf around his neck is no longer around his neck, and instead hovering around him like a cobra ready to strike. Izuku feels himself stumble back in shock, his body moving on autopilot. Maybe a fight or flight instinct. Where he knows he's beat. He stares wide-eyed at his teacher who'd just gotten 1,000 times scarier than before, and that was an accomplishment. The judges for that exam were not rational enough. His tone is different from everything else he's said that morning. He sounds scary. Izuku's almost afraid of his teacher right now. Behind him, Shirakumo's breath hitches, and that's really not a good sign. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. Wait, you did what to my... Izuku's back as if the man had physically hit him, but this time it's all his own doing. Izuku finally takes notice of the bright yellow goggles hanging around his teacher's neck. They'd been hidden away in his scarf, and now everything's starting to make sense. This wasn't just any teacher. Not just any pro hero. This was Eraserhead. Quirk, Erasure. He had the ability to look at someone and cancel out their powers. Eraserhead, Izuku breathes out, but he thinks it might be louder than intended when his classmates huddle up to talk. Izuku pays them not mind, focus locked on the pro. Eraserhead's not a well-known pro, since he mostly works as an underground hero, but Izuku still has a couple pages on him in his notebooks. He'd never really seen the pro, despite hearing of his name and briefly of his quirk. Eraserhead was elusive, his existence nothing more than word of mouth unless you were unfortunate enough to go up against him. You're not ready, Aizawa-sensei tells him. His voice has leveled, and his face doesn't look as annoyed. It even softens slightly, but he's still canceling Izuku's quirk. He still doesn't believe in him, still isn't willing to give him a chance. You don't have control over your power. Were you planning to break your bones again? Counting on someone else to save your useless body? No. Izuku gapes breathlessly, all he can muster in defense. That's not what I was trying to. Aizawa-sensei's scarf wraps around him before Izuku can mutter another word, tugging him close. He's silenced in surprise, nervous at being so close to his teacher. He's nearly pressed up against the pro, eyes wide as Aizawa-sensei leans towards him to glare sharply. The scarf gives some leave, just barely, but Izuku still finds the give to take a step back. It stops him there, and the distance doesn't really help when Sensei just leans in to close the distance between them once again, eyes still glowing and gaze unblinking. No matter what your intentions are, you would be nothing more than a liability in battle. Show! Izuku hears Shirakumo squawk from somewhere behind him. That's so harsh. You have the same reckless passion as another overzealous hero I know. One who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. But even with that drive, you're worthless if you can only throw a single punch before breaking down. He pauses, eyes softening a fraction before they're hardened again. Sorry, Midoriya. With your power, there's no way. You'll become a pro. The words drop over his head like an anvil. It's hard to breathe for a second, but he manages to push through it. There's truth in his teacher's words, he knows there is. Truth he's been shoving down, pretending not to see. He knows there's truth to it, of course there's truth to it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't make his heart clench. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt for someone to actually say it out loud to him. Izuku manages to push the emotion clouding up in his chest over the edge towards anger instead of fear and sadness. He's not going to cry. Not now. Instead, he straightens his mouth into a scowl and glares up at his teacher defiantly. The scarf unravels from around him, dropping back over his teacher's shoulders as his hair drops in a similar fashion. He blinks his eyes shut for a long second, then, I've returned your impractical quirk. Take your final throw. And then he walks away. Izuku can barely hear his teachers, "Hurry, get it over with," over the ringing in his own ears. He's used to people not believing in him, but this is a new level. What is with heroes trying to hurt his feelings? First that incident with All Might on the rooftop in junior high, and now this, with his homeroom teacher. Will he ever catch a break? Izuku's head is ducked, unable to look at the man. He feels a chill presence beside him, but unlike earlier that day, it's welcome. "I am so sorry," Shirakumo mumbles sympathetically, hands twisting together in front of him like he wants to reach out and touch Izuku, but knows he can't. "That was brutal, Midoriya. I swear he's usually not like that." "Okay, so, maybe there's some bite in there, but I stand by what I said, he's really not like this most of the time." "Now, what kind of quirk do you have that he hates it so much?" "That's not really in character for him." Izuku lifts one shoulder into a shrug, turning on his heels to return to the pitcher's circle. He doesn't know what he'd done to PSS the teacher off. Why the man considered his quirk to be so awful. Shirakumo is right by his side, hanging close by him instead of off to the side like he'd tended to stay most of the day. Though his companionship is chilling, Izuku is grateful he's there. The green-haired boy picks up another softball, fingers tensing around it as he stares down at it. This is his last chance. It's clear Aizawa-sensei is gunning for him. If he doesn't make this throw a good one, he can kiss his position in 1A goodbye. If it's any consolation, Shirakumo starts off slowly, and Izuku angles his head subtly to see the pastel-haired boy rubbing at the back of his neck. "I believe in you." Shows a bit brash sometimes, but he means well. "I know you can show him you're meant to be here, huh? You wouldn't be here is nobody believed in you, right?" Izuku hadn't expected that to mean as much as it did. How it lifts his spirits even the slightest amount. He knows he needs to prove Aizawa-sensei wrong if he wants to go. Stay here. He does belong here. The ghost is right, people believe in him. All Might believes in him. He's got to believe in himself. If he wants to learn under this amazing pro-hero and become a hero himself, he needs to show this guy he's got what it takes to keep up in his class. He also knows it's not feasible to use his quirk to the point it breaks his arm. His teacher was right, he would be a liability if he can only throw a single punch. He needs to be able to continue and compete in the 3 remaining tests. He won't be able to do that if he breaks his arm even if he tried continuing with the injury. He knows Aizawa-sensei will likely send him off to see Recovery Girl, and then he'd miss the rest of the tests. He knows he can't not use his quirk, but he also knows he can't go 100% like he has been every other time he's used the quirk. He doesn't bother looking back at his peers, or the man who'd told him both what he needed to hear and never needed to hear. It was solid advice if it weren't so cruel. He blows out a steady breath, arches his arm back as he glances over at Shirakumo's blinding grin, then he throws. The softball leaves his hand, shooting up into the sky. A whoosh of energy hits Izuku's face as the ball flies away from him. It plows through the clouds, rising higher and further than anything he's ever thrown ever. He feels giddy as he watches it go, but the feeling is short-lived. His finger shatters the second the ball leaves the pad of his finger, the bones splintering apart, and it's instantly a solid patch of bruising up to his knuckle. Izuku's opposite hand clasps around his wrist in an attempt to stem off the pain pounding along with his heartbeat. It was too much power for such a small space, but at least his arm is okay. He winces, grimaces behind a curtain of his own curls as he cradles his hand to his chest to keep himself from crying out. It actually hurts a lot, even though he'd prepared himself for this outcome. He'd expected it, knowing what he does of One for All. Still, he forces a smile through the pain when he looks up to meet his teacher's eyes, unsurprised to find the man watching with a squinted, almost dumbfounded expression. He's never felt more like All Might than he does in that second. He's proud of himself. He used his quirk, and he can still compete in the rest of the tests. The best of both worlds, and in the kindest regards, he hopes Aizawa-sensei eats his own words. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku forces himself to say, hoping the pain doesn't come through in his voice. He's biting hard at his bottom lip as he clenches down to keep himself from letting out any sound of pain. He forces his broken finger straight, then into a fist to prove his point, eyes shining in determination. "You see? I'm still standing." Holy shit! He hears beside him, and it takes everything in his power not to spin around and look at Shirakumo head-on. "You're that kid. The one who broke both legs and an arm. Taking out the 0-pointer during the exam. You're like a legend, Midoriya. They've been talking non-stop about you. That explains a whole lot. Wow, talk about a missing puzzle piece, eh." Shirakumo says in a desperate breath after the rambling, then he grins big and wide, launching right back into it. "Look at him. You showed him, Midoriya. That's the look of disbelieving pride. He totally didn't think you had it in you. Man, I wish I saw that face more. Too bad the BSTRD's usually right." "Really?" Izuku whispers, ducking his head so no one can see. "Looks like annoyance to me." "Oh yeah, definitely. He's totally annoyed too." "What, you think most kids actually end up proving him wrong?" "Nope." Shirakumo laughs loudly, and it would be contagious if he weren't in so much pain. Izuku knows if he shows too much, there's the chance Aizawa-sensei will send him to Recovery Girl anyways, so he makes sure he keep his body loose despite the tight grip he has on his wrist. He hates being proved wrong, but he'll get over it. I don't think anyone can be mad at that killer throw. Izuku raises an eyebrow, ping his head as he opens his mouth to reply, but instead a scarily familiar voice rips through the air instead. "Deku, you be silly. Someone can be mad." Izuku turns to face Kaken, only to find him sprinting in his direction. The green-haired boy is quick to cower back on instinct when he notices his childhood friend charging straight at him, palm crackling in preparation to explode Izuku when he's close enough. "Tell me how you did that, or you're dead." Izuku ducks his head and puts his arms up as some form of protection for his face and waits for impact. Waits to feel Kaken's quirk against his skin like he always does, but it doesn't come. When he cracks his eyes open, Kaken's hand is reaching out, but he's stuck in place? What? The green-haired boy feels the chill of Shirakumo settling behind him, but his attention is on Kaken. The blonde boy is wrapped up in Aizawa-sensei's scarf like Izuku had been earlier, but it's tighter than it had been on Izuku. He's restrained, completely, palm-free of crackling explosions and sparks. He's fighting the scarf, body trembling against the strength of it. "What?" Kaken wheezes out angrily. Why the hell is your demon's scarf so strong?" Izuku's gaze travels up the scarf to his teacher, where he sees the man glaring at Kaken. His eyes are red, staring hard at the teenager with a fiery look. The man honestly looks the scariest he has all morning, but there's something different in this look. How he's looking at Kaken. The look is different from the one the class got that morning, and it's even different from the one Izuku himself got. There's no lenience in this one. Nothing soft about it. It's a hard look. Hard and filled with contained anger. Izuku wonders if this is the man the villains see when they're apprehended by Eraserhead. But why would the man be looking at Kaken like he's a villain? Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy, the teacher snaps, his lips curling downwards in a sort of snarl. His tone is equally as hard as his gaze when he speaks again. "Stand down." Izuku manages to glance at his peers, fear still thrumming in his veins. They all look as nervous as he feels, so he knows he's not the only one scared of the look on their sensei's face. "It would be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much," the man grouches in irritation. "It gives me serious dry eye." When Aizawa-sensei looks up, his eyes are glowing red and his hair is hovering overhead. Izuku assumes that's why there's no crackling of fire in Kaken's palms. Aizawa-sensei had saved him from Kaken. Izuku knows that Kaken could throw an explosion his way if he wanted. He was so good at using his quirk, but Sensei seems to have already figured him out. The moment is gone as fast as it appeared. The quirk drops and Kaken is let loose. He doesn't move besides his fist clenching at his side, so maybe Kaken has some fear of their new teacher too. "You're wasting my time now," their teacher huffs as he walks away, unbothered. "Whoever's next can step up." "That guy sure is a piece of work." Izuku stiffens at the hiss of the words from his side. Shirakumo is glaring daggers at Kaken, arms crossed tightly against his chest and nose wrinkled in a snarl. Izuku glances quickly to his side at the ghost teen before his attention is back on Kaken like he might try a second time. He wouldn't put it past him, but then again, Aizawa-sensei is terrifying. When Kaken makes no move to charge again, Izuku sidesteps away from him quickly. He doesn't want to get too close, not when Kaken is already fired up. He accidentally steps through Shirakumo, who lets out a gaspy cry of, "Hey!" as a tremble runs through Izuku's body at the coldness of the entity passing through him. Boundaries, Midoriya. That felt so weird. Shirakumo is making an odd face, and it makes Izuku crack a light smile as he bows his head apologetically. Now my insides feel like goo. Grus. Izuku shakes his head fondly as he joins his peers, listening intently to both Uraraka asking him if he was okay, and Shirakumo going off on a tangent about how it was rude to walk through someone. All the blonde does is watch with a snide look, before he too steps away. By the time the class is almost over, Izuku is antsy. He's sure he hasn't done much better in anything else. The only thing he'd really shined in was the softball pitch, and even then he'd proved Aizawa-sensei right in the sense he had broken a bone. It was just his finger, but it was still him damaging his body when using his quirk. Still, it was the only saving grace he had, his last hope. He was praying he'd squeezed by somehow. That someone anyone had done maybe just a tiny bit worse than himself. And yet, despite all his effort, it feels like someone tore out his heart and stomped on it when his name flashes up in last place. 20th place. He'd lost. He was expelled. Beside him, Shirakumo is in a breath of sympathy when he reads the same thing Izuku had. He feels the ghost's cold energy connect with his shoulder despite the lengthy lecture Izuku had gotten earlier about phasing through things feeling not good. He appreciates it. It helps a bit, but the sinking feeling of failure is still spreading through his chest. Izuku feels his peers' eyes on him. The sympathy and pity. Kaken is grinning, and he knows it without even needing to look over. He didn't want Izuku at Yui with him to begin with, so he's bound to be happy about his immediate expulsion now. He squeezes his eyes shut and waits for Aizawa-sensei to tell him to leave cringes under the cover of his hair as his whole world crumbles apart where he stands. How was he supposed to explain this to All Might? Well, now, he can already hear the words echoing in his head. He feels the shame of being expelled on the first day crawling onto his cheeks and I was lying. No one's going home. Shirakumo blows out the breath he is in frantically. I don't even need to breathe, but I thought I was gonna pass out for a second there. That was horrible. This teaching power has gotten to his head. Ding Shota. You had even me going but. Izuku too feels like he's going to pass out from lack of breathing, but thankfully the chill of Shirakumo's hand phasing through his stomach when the spirit notices his predicament makes a surprised breath stutter out of his lungs. He coughs abruptly at how the air seems to grate at his already exhausted lungs, sending the ghost a thankful look before angling his head to pacify those around him who glance his direction in concern. Aizawa-sensei levels him his own look, but Izuku can't decipher that one for the life of him. Then, an out-of-place-looking grin curls onto the man's face. That was just a rational deception to make sure you all gave it your all. Izuku manages to calm his own breathing as the class erupts into betrayed chatter, but Izuku can barely hear it over his heart beating anxiously against his ribcage. He bows his head, sking in another breath that feels so good on his lungs as their teacher tells them that they're finished for the day, and that they should grab a syllabus in the classroom and read it by the following morning. How he can go from threatening to a generic teacher so fast is beyond Izuku. The green-haired boy stares down at his red shoes in an attempt to calm his racing heart until a second pair are stood in front of him. A pair of boots. A paper is waved under his face, and Izuku's attention jarks up to look at his teacher. Midoriya, sensei says callously, take this and have the old woman fix you up. Things are gonna be tougher when your actual training begins. Make sure you're prepared. Aizawa-sensei walks past him once Izuku has taken the paper between numb fingers, not bothering to add anything else or even really look at him, but that's fine. He's survived his first class, he's not expelled, and he's able to check in with Recovery Girl and get his finger fixed up. That's a win. See, I told you he was a softie. Look at that, that's belief in his eyes. You totally proved yourself, and look, Shirakumo's hand phases through the paper, blowing it lightly like it caught a breeze. He likes you enough to give you a note to go see Ard too. And, he drawls with a charming grin, it's only the first day. That's super fast for Shaken to jump ship on someone's potential. You're real lucky, Midoriya. Izuku clutches the note in his hand, watching Shirakumo from the corner of his eye. He's smiling so widely that his eyes are squinted, and the bandage across his nose wrinkles lightly. The green-haired boy shakes his head with a huff in disagreement, but that just makes the ghost chuckle fondly. To each their own, I guess. But just know you've proved yourself to him. Now it's his turn to do the same, and trust me, he definitely will. Shirakumo's hands are tucked in his pockets, and he's grinning that wide squinty smile again. Anyways, it's been fun, but I'm gonna catch up with Sho, 'kay? Izuku waves him off subtle, or what he'd hoped was subtle, which ended up with him reaching up to rub the back of his neck when Uraraka glances over at him and asks what he's doing. Oh, Izuku stutters, flashing a sheepish smile. There was a bug. It was buzzing around me, but it's gone now. I suppose I've been called worse. Shirakumo snorts a laugh, taking pity on the younger boy. I'll catch up with you later sometime, cool? Izuku nods hurriedly, but squeaks out another excuse when Uraraka pps her head questioningly at him. Despite how funny that is, the ghost disappears with a wave of his hand, and a wide grin that has Izuku smiling in return. That's a nice smile. Uraraka grins back, bumping her shoulder against his good-naturedly. You must be happy that Aizawa-sensei was just kidding about the immediate expulsion, huh? I was worried for a second there. It would have been awful if he really expelled someone like that. It wouldn't have been fair. Definitely, Izuku nods, smile widening. It's not why he's smiling, but it's a decent excuse. I don't know what I would have done if I really got expelled. I guess his rational deception really worked, huh? But on that note, I'm going to head over to Recovery Girl's office before I head home. My finger kinda hurts, so I'll see you later. After school that day, Izuku had returned home to his quiet apartment after making a quick stop at a convenience store nearby to grab himself some instant ramen for dinner. With his mother gone most of the time, there wasn't usually a lot of food in the house, but that didn't matter because Izuku didn't really need breakfast. He'd always settled for a school lunch at the cafeteria, since it was offered and convenient, and when taking that option, he usually had a few $100 to spare to buy something for dinner, whether it be instant ramen, a bag of chips, or even just a cheap chocolate bar he picks up with what limited pocket change he has. As long as he had one decent meal during the day, he was usually good to go. Overall, it had been a good first day of school, Izuku decided as he stared down at the small carton of steaming water and noodles. He sat at the dining room table, fidgeting with small packet of powdered broth and seasoning as he waits for the ramen noodles to cook. Sure, he'd literally almost been expelled. He'd broken a finger the process of trying not to get expelled, and he was a bit afraid of his new sensei, but it had also been good too. Or, it hadn't ended as awfully as it could have. He was still a UE student even after all of that, right? That's good. That's all he can really ask for. Plus, he'd come out of this with 2 new friends, which is more friends than he'd thought he'd make, especially on the first day. Ida and Uraraka, who'd been friendly enough to meet up with him after school when Izuku was released from Recovery Girl's office, so that the 3 of them could walk to the train station together. He can't remember the last time he'd walked home with friends. And, not to mention the ghost he'd met too. Shirakumo. He was a friendly guy, despite the whole ghost thing. Izuku's not entirely sure if the guy really qualified as a new friend or not. He didn't typically befriend ghosts, so this was uncharted territory for Izuku, but Shirakumo was definitely nice, and Izuku thinks he'd like to have him as a friend. Either way, he was there too, ghost or not. Izuku was glad for the company of the ghost, so he's sure he counted as a new friend as well. So, he'd made 2.5, perhaps? New friends on the first day. Seriously, how lucky was he? He hadn't really expected to make any friends, let alone friends who were so nice. And he hadn't gotten expelled on the first day either, even if it hadn't looked good for a second there. He'll definitely consider it a successful first day. Honestly, what more could he ask for after how that morning's class had gone? It was a miracle he'd survived today, that he'd managed to scrape his way past that apprehension test without getting expelled, despite how much Izuku thinks his new teacher had every intention of expelling the student in last place. He'd said it was a rational deception, but he'd looked pretty serious about it. Something about how the teacher had cornered him after erasing his quirk told him the man didn't exactly jest like he'd insisted. Izuku doesn't know what changed, why the teacher took pity on him at the last minute, but he's grateful for it. He's grateful for a chance. Then, of course, there was the fact that a teacher had stopped Kaken from pummeling him with crackling palms and burning explosions. That was pretty good. Teachers didn't do that, and never so soon on the first day even, but Aizawa-sensei had. Izuku didn't know what to think about that. Aizawa-sensei had honestly scared the crap out of him with his crazy cool quirk, scary words and capture weapon, but then he'd protected him from Kaken when he could have turned a blind eye like everyone else always did. Izuku really doesn't know what to think about that. And on top of all that stuff, he'd even managed to make some improvements with One for All when he was desperate. He could compartmentalize where he wanted to use it, and minimize damage to his body because of it. Sure, it wasn't bounds and leaps into understanding his new quirk, but it was baby steps in the right direction. He doesn't exactly have ample time or space to practice a new quirk, and he doesn't always have a teacher at his disposal either, with All Might always so busy with his hero career, so anything he can figure out on his own is a step in the right direction. Anything is better than nothing, right? He hopes All Might will be proud of his progress in just a day of classes. He really can't wait to tell the #1 hero what he'd achieved. When the noodles were finally soft enough to be edible, Izuku dumped in the packet of soup base and dried vegetables that he'd been fiddling with thoughtlessly and mixed it with his chopsticks. While he waited an additional second for the vegetables to rehydrate, he tugged the class syllabus out of his backpack to read over like Aizawa-sensei had suggested when they'd parted after class. There wasn't anything particularly thrilling in it. He'd been waiting for this for years. He knew the basics of what this class would entail. Despite this being a UE class, it's really not much different than any other syllabus he'd read. It mostly has to do with their core classes and class schedule, so it's not very exciting. Izuku's still excited to see who their teachers will be. He can only imagine the number of pro heroes he'll get to meet, just attending such an amazing school. He finished off his dinner as he read before retreating to his bedroom. It was the only room in the apartment that had any personality. And the only real personality it did have was All Might. Izuku liked to surround himself with inspiration, and what better inspiration was there than the #1 pro hero? And okay, fine, maybe he was a bit of a fanboy. Izuku doesn't know how people could not be fans of All Might. He was one of the greatest heroes in history. He was strong, smart, cool, and obviously heroic. If that wasn't inspiring, he didn't know what was. The teen makes his way over to his desk, pulling out one of his notebooks from his school bag as he drops it to the floor by his bed. He drops ungracefully into his desk chair, flipping the notebook open as he selected a pencil from a cup on his desk. The book was already full, but there was still some space to add more information on specific pros he'd already analyzed. Like, for example, Eraserhead. He didn't have much on the underground hero. There wasn't even much about him online. Izuku had scoured the internet when he'd stumbled upon Eraserhead's hero name on a hero forum he frequented. Izuku thinks the man must be doing something right if he's so elusive, even online. Seriously, there are barely any videos of the guy out there Izuku would know. He'd spent hours searching for anything on Eraserhead, and of what Izuku had managed to dig up, you couldn't even get a good look at the quick-footed hero, and the footage was always grainy at best. But now Izuku had met Eraserhead. He'd met the man firsthand, and he'd seen his quirk in action. Izuku had assumed Eraserhead's quirk might have something to do with erasing, given the hero name, but he'd never imagined a quirk powerful enough to strip away someone else's quirk. Something strong enough to erase One for All Might's quirk. That's crazy strong. Though, Izuku supposes at the end of the day, One for All is an emitter type, which is vulnerable to Sensei's quirk. Izuku hums to himself, tapping the eraser end of his pencil against his lips as he thinks. What are Eraserhead's limitations? Can he erase mutation-type quirks? Or just emitters like One for All and Explosion? How long would he be able to cancel a quirk? He'd mentioned Dry Eye, but how much does that really affect him? Izuku wonders if his teacher would even answer such questions if he'd asked, but decides that he will not be asking any invasive questions. It's probably not wise to ask someone like who works in the shadows, like Eraserhead, Questions like that anyways. Plus, he'd only just met his new teacher, it's probably too soon to be bothering him about his quirk. And not just his quirk, but his amazing support gear too. The capture weapon. Izuku had never seen anything like it, so the gear is probably unique to Eraserhead. That was super awesome. It's no wonder he was such a great hero, even without a flashy or physically strong quirk. Izuku hunches down over the notebook, scribbling down everything new he'd learned about the pro. It's always satisfying watching the blank lines slowly fill with information, and Eraserhead's analysis had been relatively empty for way too long. No matter how hard he'd tried to dig up information, he'd always come up short, but he's always been interested in a pro who could reportedly temporarily erase quirks. Who wouldn't find that cool? When he was finished recording his data, Izuku slid the older journal back into his backpack with the others before digging out his newest notebook. This one only has a couple pages filled in, so he plans to use it to analyze his new classmates and new teachers' quirks if he hasn't already. He's super excited to see what everyone's truly capable of. He can tell they're all strong and powerful just from watching them problem solve with their quirks during the apprehension test that morning. He has no doubt that most of his new classmates will make great pros when they graduate. He only hopes he's right there with them in the end. Izuku shakes his head fondly at the thought, flipping to the next available page in the notebook. Shirakumo Oboro. Quirk? Hero name? Usually, he'd add more information he observed, like strengths and weaknesses, details of their quirk. Sometimes chosen quirk names are misleading. Superpower. The cover name he'd chosen for his own quirk is definitely a little misleading, Izuku thinks, but it's better than any other alternative. Attack strategies, support gear, and maybe a drawing of the person's hero costume if he'd got the time. But he didn't know much about Shirakumo. He only really knew the ghost's name. But still, if he looks at this logically, it's safe to assume Shirakumo does, in fact, have a quirk if he's wearing the school uniform. Thought hero schools do accept quirkless applicants now. That's a pretty new development. Izuku doesn't know how old Shirakumo is, or when he'd passed away, but he doesn't remember seeing of any death of a Yui student in the last couple years since the bill was passed. Izuku isn't even sure there has been a quirkless student, despite the fact quirkless kids can apply. So, he'd have to have some kind of super cool, amazing quirk, right? Izuku taps the tip of his pencil against the page, frowning down at the blank lines. Then, he shut the book with a sigh and leans back against the backrest of his desk chair with a groan. He's getting ahead of himself. Shirakumo is a ghost. The boy sighs again as he slips the book into his backpack with the others. He doesn't even know if he'll ever see the ghost again, so recording an analysis of him is dumb. Still, Izuku can't help but hope he does see the ghost again, despite how he'd always made an effort to keep away from the afterlife. There's just something about Shirakumo that makes Izuku want to be his friend. Maybe it's how the ghost had reacted when he'd realized Izuku could see him, or just how kind he was during class. Izuku's not sure he would have made it out of that class with his dignity intact if it weren't for the ghost's encouragement. Maybe the ghost will become a permanent in his school life? Perhaps he'll see the ghost tomorrow? He did hang around Aizawa-sensei, right? He'd definitely be seeing his homeroom teacher tomorrow, so there's a good chance he'll see the ghost as well. Izuku does see Shirakumo the next morning, except, instead of in Aizawa-sensei's class, the blue-haired boy is perched on the front desk in Yamada-sensei's class. English was his first class of the day, and would be followed by all the other core classes. After lunch was when the fun really started, when they had heroics training, so the morning was more or less just regular school. Izuku is one of the first kids in the classroom, so when he enters the room, the ghost's head quirks in his direction before he beams in excitement. "I thought I might find you here," Shirakumo chirped, slipping off the teacher's desk before falling into step with Izuku as the teen makes his way to his own desk, plopping down in his chair. "I took a peek at your schedule, and saw you have English with Hizashi first thing. I'm usually hanging around with him in the mornings anyways, since Sho's usually asleep until he starts teaching. That dude won't actually wake up until he has to, you know." Izuku ducked his head in a subtle nod, shuffling the books he'll need for this class out of his backpack. He still hadn't really met Present Mike Sensei, since the whole first day had been dedicated to Aizawa Sensei's quirk apprehension test, but he'd still seen the blonde-haired teacher around the school and knew he taught here. Izuku had passed him in the hallway on his way out the school yesterday, and he was ecstatic to have the present Mike as his teacher. Izuku has a good couple pages of analysis on the voice-quirked hero, but he hadn't actually met him yet. Izuku watched out of the corner of his eye as he organized himself as the ghost slid up onto his desk carelessly. The ghost took up a bit of space. Well, not technically, since he was a ghost and Izuku could phase right through him if need be, but Izuku still had every intention of respecting the entity. He didn't mind the ghost sitting there if Izuku could still use his desktop for schoolwork too. As much as it didn't bother Izuku, it was still a little surprising just how comfortable the ghost was with him already. They'd only just met yesterday. Izuku simply huffs a snort of laughter to himself as he lets a smile slip onto his face. He rolls one of his pencils towards the ghost, watching silently as it rolls right through him, prompting a yelp of surprise from the apparition. Izuku had simply meant it as a warning, not a serious one, but simply a warning that the desk might not be an ideal place to sit if he doesn't want to be accidentally phased through. Izuku subtly glances around the room, making sure no one's watching before he quirks his head faintly in the pouting ghost's direction so if anyone else is looking, they can't see him whispering to himself, "Not that I mind you sitting on my desk, I just might accidentally go through you if we're sharing the space. Just as a warning. I'll try to be careful." No biggie, Shirakumo replied easily, sporting his wide grin as he leans back on his hands. "Just don't touch my butt, cool? Or, you know what? It's been ages since I've had any action. I'll go to second base with you, Midoriya-kun, so touch my butt if you want." "I don't want." Izuku sputters, just barely managing to keep his voice down through the mortification. He must not be quiet enough because present Mike, who'd entered the room at some point while Izuku had been distracted, glances over at him with an arched eyebrow. Izuku feels a dark flush of embarrassment crawling up his cheeks as he bows his head dismissively in the teacher's direction and hopes the man simply ignores him being weird. Izuku has half a mind to bang his head on the desktop, Shirakumo's cackle of laughter at his expense not helping in the slightest. He honestly wasn't sure if he was more embarrassed of what the ghost boy had said, or the fact that his reaction had caught the teacher's attention. "Okay over there, listener?" Mike asked from the front of the class, clearly not receiving the silent plead Izuku had been sending his way, or maybe the man was just too kind to ignore a student acting like an idiot in his classroom. Izuku has listened to Present Mix radio show, Put Your Hands Up radio, for as long as he can remember, so he can tell the man is genuinely kind. "I'm fine." Izuku chirps promptly, back straightening to regard the teacher with what he hopes is a disarming smile. Any confidence Izuku had had is gone when the pro blinks slowly at his antics and Izuku thinks, too much. Izuku gives a nervous laugh as he rubs at the back of his neck anxiously. Thankfully, the man seems to take pity on Izuku, offering a smile of his own as he turns back to the chalkboard he'd been writing on and continues writing out English sentences. Izuku squints at the board, just barely able to read the "Welcome to English, Class 1A. The man jots out in white chalk. As excited Izuku is to have present Mike as an English teacher, he's also slightly dreading it. English is his worst subject. Izuku chances a quick look around the room, finding that some of his new classmates, a few who were in the room early, like he is, had glanced in his direction at the disturbance. Despite how his cheeks flush once again, he knows if anyone else had caught their teacher's attention before class even starts, he'd be looking over too. It's natural to be curious about someone making a fool of themselves, he knows that. Izuku still drops his face into his hands and silently wills their gazes away from him. When he lifts his head, glancing subtly to the side, he finds that his classmates have given up on watching him, all busy either chatting in small groups or preparing themselves for their classes. Izuku huffs out a sigh of relief, finally quirking his head back to the ghost, a light scowl on his face when he meets the ghost's charming smile. "Why do I get a distinct feeling you're going to get me into trouble one of these days?" Izuku blows out under his breath. The ghost at his side only seems to snicker in amusement, his grin widening a little, as if that were even possible. "You know, you are so not the first person to theorize that, and if the past is anything to go off, you're completely correct." "Oh, goody," Izuku sighs dramatically, making sure to shoot the ghost a playful smile so he knows Izuku doesn't actually mean it. The ghost doesn't really get a chance to respond, as the bell rings to signal classes starting soon and the rest of Izuku's new classmates flood into the room and hurry to take their seats. Izuku turns away from the ghost, facing forwards. As every seat is quickly filled. No one wants a repeat of yesterday morning with Aizawa-sensei, so everyone is ready to start the exact moment the bell rings. Good morning, Class 1A. Present Mike turns to them with a grin, voice loud, with all the enthusiasm of a radio host. Welcome to your very first class of the day. The best class of the day, if I do say so. English. If you don't know me, my name is Yamada Hizashi, or Present Mike, if you'd like. Glad to see you're all still standing, which means Eraser wasn't too hard on you yesterday. Enough about him though, we're gonna have a lot of fun in here, you dig? Present Mike had been kind enough to do a sort of informal orientation for them since they'd missed it yesterday at Aizawa-sensei's insistence, but he didn't stay on the topic long, clearly eager to get into his own class. He seemed to want to jump right into lessons when they had a basic understanding of the school and his specific class, clearly very enthusiastic about English. It was kind of him to take some of his class time to catch them up when he probably didn't have to. Beside him, Shirakumo had snorted out some amused comment about Present Mike always having to clean up after Aizawa-sensei, and honestly, the green-haired teenager could see that. It's actually pretty amusing to think about Mike-sensei doing damage control after Aizawa-sensei's class. Izuku can't help but smile at the thought. Izuku can't help but wonder if the two teachers are friends. Present Mike obviously knows Aizawa-sensei pretty well if he knows to do some damage control and debrief the students on the ceremony they missed because of the apprehension test. They could, of course, have just had classes one after the other for years, getting to know each other in that sense as to not screw the students over completely leaving them to flounder, but Izuku doesn't think it's just that. And if they are friends, how exactly does Shirakumo play into that? How does he know so much about their teachers? Were they his teachers at one point too? English class passes by quickly enough. Izuku's glad it's not one of those classes that just drags on and on. Present Mike is a pretty good teacher, if not a bit loud sometimes, like he forgets it's first thing in the morning. He's enthusiastic about what he teaches, and in turn, they're all excited to learn well, as excited as they can be stuck in an English class learning English grammar and other confusing stuff. It's boring too, don't get him wrong, but that's expected of a core class that isn't heroics training. Present Mike at least teaches in a fun way, so it's not like any other English class Izuku had been stuck in. Maybe he'll even pick the language up faster if it's not mind-numbingly boring. They get assigned an English book that they'll be reading as a class, which seems interesting enough judging by the synopsis Mike-sensei translates for them. It might even be something he'd read in his spare time, if it weren't in a language he barely speaks, but he just adds it to his collection of notebooks he already totes around in his backpack. What's one more, right? During the lesson, Izuku half-heartedly keeps an eye on the ghost out of the corner of his eye. Shirakumo seemed relatively comfortable in Present Mix class, just like he had in Aizawa-sensei's. The ghost has no qualms about slipping off of Izuku's desk and settling on top of the teacher's desk at the front of the room, or standing right beside Present Mike as the teacher writes on the chalkboard. Izuku tries really hard not to let the ghost distract him, but he knows he's slipping up. Come on, how is he not supposed to let his eyes follow a ghost pacing back and forth, in front of the teacher, at the front of the room? That's distracting. Izuku tries to at least be subtle about it, forcing his attention back onto Present Mike when he realizes he'd let his attention waver, but he still feels his teacher's gaze on him every so often. Izuku even makes the mistake of looking up at Present Mike, only to find the teacher literally looking at him with a furrowed brow, despite how the man doesn't stop teaching. Izuku averts his gaze quickly, eyes trained down on the notebook in front of him, and when he looks back up, the man is looking back at the book in his hands, still teaching. At least he hadn't drawn any attention to Izuku. He thinks he might actually die if a teacher were to call him out again on just the second day of classes. It's bad enough Aizawa-sensei had singled him out yesterday over his quirk. Talk about making him an outcast. As the lesson carries on, Shirakumo seems to forget about Izuku for the most part, clearly comfortable going about his business as if this is second nature to him. Izuku wonders how long he's just been hanging around these two men for, if he can act like this with them. The ghost hovers close, doesn't seem bothered in the least as he sidesteps gracefully around present Mike as if he knows exactly where the teacher will go as he speaks. At one point, Shirakumo even leans in far too close to present Mike when he attempts to read over his shoulder, to which the man lets out a hiss through his teeth and jumps to the side at what Izuku knows to be an intense chill settling in his body. The man's shoulders tremble with a shiver, before he laughs awkwardly and flashes the startled class a grin. I should give you listeners a heads up now. The man rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. The AC unit in the school acts up sometimes, so if you get chills easily, it's best to keep a sweater handy, yo. This room in particular can be super chilly, if you catch my drift. Izuku lets his eyes lull in Shirakumo's direction, the pouting ghost cutting off his own apology that went unheard to the pro who'd swiftly returned to his lesson. The pout on the ghost's face swiftly curls into a light glare directed at the teacher. See, huh? I'll show you chilly. This can't be good, Izuku bows his head, biting back a sigh. Then, without another word, the ghost steps right through present Mike, prompting a yelp of surprise from the teacher. A look of unease clouds Shirakumo's face, but Izuku has absolutely no sympathy for a ghost who gave himself the sick feeling by being petty. Mike-sensei even loses control of his quirk for a second, a bit of his voice quirk leaking into the surprised sound he makes. Izuku's ears ring as he shoots the ghost an unimpressed look, which has Shirakumo offering a sheepish, guilty grin. Mike-sensei apologies for the accident promptly, glancing at the spot he'd sprung away from as he laughs at himself. After a quick check-in with the students to make sure no one's ears were hurting too much, the ringing in Izuku's ears dying down along with the rest of the class, the man continues on with his lesson, mostly unfazed. Something about the reaction tells Izuku that this is probably not a first for the voice hero. Don't give me that look, that was not my fault. Shirakumo clearly feels the need to defend himself when Izuku glances over at him once again. I mean, you heard what he called me. An AC. Do I look like an AC? He hurt my feelings. And that was totally his fault. He's the one who tried to deafen you guys. I'm innocent, he's the bully. Izuku can't help the laugh he lets out, just barely managing to hide it behind his fist and a well-timed cough. Still, Izuku feels his teacher's gaze flick in his direction at the disruption, but he's too busy trying to hide his smile in his fist and forcing his attention onto the book in front of him to dare looking up and meeting the teacher's gaze. In addition to present Mike watching him, he feels Shirakumo's eyes on him too, though his look seems fond. Izuku pretends not to notice the stupidly proud look on Shirakumo's face when his eyes briefly lift to the ghost's face. Izuku has a bad feeling he just enabled Shirakumo in some way. It's going to be a long year. The rest of class thankfully passes by with little other distractions. Shirakumo, who looked scolded by Izuku's glare when he obstructed Izuku's view of the chalkboard when he was trying to copy down notes before present Mike moved on, ended up back on Izuku's desk, perched on the edge of it, out of Izuku's direct line of sight. The ghost slouched pathetically with a pout, but Izuku paid him no mind. You know, the ghost drawled cheekily towards the end of class, Izuku scribbling down an answer to a question on a worksheet present Mike had handed out. You could just use me as a cheat sheet, right? I mean, I've been in this class for, geez, I don't know, ever? I'm sure I could read that book cover to cover in perfect English at this point by the number of times I've read along over Zashi's shoulder in class. That worksheet is nothing to me, so? Want help? You are aware that would be cheating, right? Izuku scoffs under his breath, not even looking at the ghost. The worksheet in question was simply to gauge where they stood with English so Mike-sensei knew what he needed to focus on teaching to get everyone in the same boat, or so he'd said. He'd spent most of class going over the basics, adjectives, nouns, verbs. Basic punctuation. English was hard. Izuku already knows he's going to struggle with punctuation, he hardly knows where to put the commas on the worksheet. Shirakumo waggles a finger matter-of-factly, it's only really cheating if you get caught. And I seriously doubt anyone will be able to catch you getting answers from a ghost they can't see, hear, or even so much as sense unless I happen to get too close to them. You could get away with it easily. Say the word and I'll help. I'm starting to doubt that you were actually a student at this school. Izuku remarks under his breath, angling his head to look at the ghost. Thankfully, his seat is beside the window, so it doesn't look overly weird for him to be staring to the side. It would look weirder if he was staring at the wall or another student. Right now it just looks like he's distracted by the outside world. I gotta say, your morals are questionable for a heroic student. I definitely was, Shirakumo snaps back with a laugh. He doesn't appear angry or sad, his tone taking a teasing edge that makes Izuku smile. It's way too easy to banter with the ghost. This'll definitely get him into trouble at some point. I mean, the uniform doesn't lie, my friend. We match. And my morals are perfectly fine, thank you very much. I still just don't understand the usefulness of knowing the English language well, unless you planned on touring America like All Might or something, but if you're gonna be Japan-based, what's the point? Sounds like English is your favorite subject. Izuku's not sure where his quiet, sarcastic drawl comes from. The corner of his lip curls into a tiny smile when the ghost responds though. There's just so many rules, the ghost cried out. Dumb rules, how can words be said the exact same way, but spelled differently? They're Midoriya, what's up with that? And don't even get me started on read and read. It's literally the same word, but you pronounce it differently depending on when you're saying it. And all the weird sounds you have to make or you're saying it wrong. English has no right to be so hard. Izuku blows out a breathy chuckle, gaze flicking to the front of the room where Mike-sensei was now writing something on the chalkboard before looking back at the ghost when he knows the coast is clear to do so. He doesn't respond to the ghost because as he opens his mouth to do so, he just ends up snapping his jaw shut when present Mike spins around to address them. Shirakumo lets out a snort of bright laugh as Izuku's teeth click together as he shuts his mouth. He shoots the ghost a glance of annoyance, but he knows he probably looks amused. Classes with Shirakumo at his side might actually be a bit harder than Izuku first. Thankfully, his new ghost friend doesn't follow him to every class. After they're dismissed from English class, he doesn't really see the ghost again after the spirit follows him just a couple steps out of the classroom. He sees Shirakumo wave out of the corner of his eyes as they part ways, Izuku's fingers twitching at his side in an attempt to return the gesture without looking like a complete idiot waving at nothing. Izuku's a little bummed he didn't get to verbally say goodbye to his friend, since Ida and Uraraka had managed to drag him into a conversation as they walked as a group to their next class, which happened to be math class. He almost misses the icy chill of the entity beside him, but he's also content to have a chance to focus on his living friends as well. Ida isn't as scary as Izuku had first thought. Despite his stern and serious nature, he's actually a really nice guy. He's just very serious about his school career, which Izuku understands. He wants to do well too. Uraraka is just as bubbly as she'd been yesterday, asking him if his finger was any better after his visit to Recovery Girl and telling them about her morning where she'd accidentally used her quirk on her shoe when she'd picked it up and almost lost it, because she'd been half asleep getting ready that morning. She laughs at herself, even as her cheeks flush faintly in embarrassment, so Izuku laughs along with her. The girl is friendly in a way people haven't been to him since before his friends started getting quirks, and it's refreshing. He likes the two of them. Not to mention he needs a good influence on him after hanging out with Shirakumo, who wasn't, well, the greatest influence. At least from what Izuku's seen thus far. He supposed ghosts didn't really have consequences to their actions, nor did people really notice them. Not like Izuku, who could face detention, or even expulsion if he were caught cheating in any way. Plus, he really needs some living friends too, and if these two are offering to be his friends, he's more than happy to accept. It's been a long time since he's actually had friends. As he listens to Ida and Uraraka argue half-heartedly about something, Izuku can't help but think about Shirakumo. He wondered if the ghost was like how he is now when he actually attended Yui as a living student. He can't imagine any student getting by cheating, like he'd so easily suggested Izuku do, so perhaps the carefree nature had come after he'd passed on. Like he'd thought earlier, it's not like a ghost would have any repercussions, right? He adds the thought to his ever-growing list of questions he's dying to ask the ghost. Morning classes finish off faster than Izuku thought they were going to, surprising, which is great because it means they'll be onto heroics training soon. He can't wait. He's been giddy about their first official heroics lesson since yesterday. You can't be a UE student, a 1A student specifically, and not been ecstatic to have heroics classes at such an exemplary school. He can't wait to see what it's like, having dreamed about this for so long. Izuku finds himself caught in the mass of students heading for the lunchroom with Ida, Uraraka, and a couple other classmates. The lunchroom is huge, tables scarcely placed to accommodate everyone, but it's still chaotic and busy with students coming and going. There are students milling around, others in line to get cafeteria lunch. There's a lot of chatter, a lot of the tables filled with students already enjoying their lunch. The lunch line is long, but it moves surprisingly fast. The food is a bit more expensive than Izuku's used to a school lunch being, but no other school lunch he's ever had been made by Pro Hero, Lunch Rush. So, it's totally worth the extra couple hundred yen, because it's delicious. And really, it's cheap by all standards considering just what they're getting for the price. Not that he expected anything less from a school as renowned as UE, but to Izuku, whose income hadn't changed since his mother started spending less time at home, leaving him nothing more than a few bills of currency on the table to get himself by with, it's a bit on the pricey side. Still, it's cheap for the quality and amount you get, and it's the only option he's got if he wants enough sustenance to get through the school day. He's used to school food that tastes like cardboard but fills him up. The cheapest stuff the school can get its hands on, so they can sell it for dirt cheap too. What Lunch Rush makes leaves him full and satisfied. It even tastes homemade, which isn't something Izuku is very familiar with these days. It's totally worth spending the majority of his evening money on. When he gets his food, he ends up eating with Uraraka, Ida, and some of their other classmates who sit at their table with them, and at tables nearby. It's funny that even when they don't have to, the class still tends to gravitate towards each other in the mess hall. The school is huge, and there are a lot of other students. They might not be very familiar with each other yet, but they are still the most familiar in this setting. Izuku finds himself looking back over his shoulder every so often in an attempt to spot Shirakumo, but he doesn't. He tries not to frown, wondering where the ghost is and what he's gotten up to without Izuku around, but instead of worrying too hard about the ghost, manages to force his attention on his other new friends. He actually doesn't see the ghost for the rest of the school day, which is odd when the ghost had hovered during his first class. Actually, they don't see Aizawa-sensei either. But that's okay, because All Might is the one leading them through their first heroics class. Izuku can't wait to see what battle trials are all about. Oboro is tucked away in a far corner of the teacher's offices. His knees are drawn up to his chest, arms hugging around them with his chin perched on the dip in between his knees. He's sitting on a printer that doesn't see any use around this time of the day, so if the printer's tiny menu screen keeps flashing an error message at his chilling energy, no one will notice. And it's not like he weighs anything as he is currently, so there's no risk of any real damage. He's been sitting here for years, since it's out of the way and he's less likely to get in anyone's way back here. It's the only place he's found that he's not disturbed either, unless someone needs the printer for whatever reason, which it's easy enough to get out of the way when anyone comes close, clearly intending to use the printer. He's learned over the years. He doesn't usually have any incidents at this time though. The teachers' offices are surprisingly quiet. It's towards the end of the students' lunch PRD, so the teachers have mostly all left to be ready for their afternoon classes. The teachers here manage their time well, so most are heading back to their classrooms before the kids' lunch PRD ends. Oboro knows most of their schedules simply by watching over the years. They don't really change from year to year, and most of the staff have been teaching here for a good number of years, the only new addition being All Might, which is surprising in its own way, but Oboro hadn't really seen much of him despite the chatter of the number one hero teaching here. Shota tends to avoid him unless he has to interact with him, and Hizashi doesn't really cross paths with the man. And speaking of Shota and Hizashi, they're the only two left in the room at this point since All Might is having his turn with the 1A students to get a feel of their quirks like Shota had yesterday, and Hizashi has a free PRD after lunch that he usually uses to mark students' work. Oboro lets his head pee faintly, his cheek resting on his knee as he watches the two of them. He's beyond glad they're still close, that they didn't let life tear them apart after they graduated after they lost him in their second year of school. He'd been worried for a while after he died as the two of them mourned him, but they'd turned to each other instead of away from each other, and Oboro is grateful for that. It would have broken his heart if they'd gone their separate ways. They needed each other, anyone could see that, but sometimes they were both too dense to see that. He's just glad those two oblivious idiots seem to realize it as well. The two of them are lounged on the couch in the teacher's office like they usually are when they have a moment to themselves. Shota is wrapped in his hideous yellow sleeping bag, taking up nearly the entire couch. It's where you can usually find him during breaks or during his own free PRDS, and the staff is well aware of it. There's a running joke among the teachers that the couch in the office is Aizawa's couch, and though it's a joke, everyone makes an effort to leave it open for him when he's around. Shota would always just grunt and bury himself deeper in his sleeping bag when anyone commented on it, but Oboro knows he's secretly content with the thought. Shota likes not having to fight anyone for the spot, though the dark-haired man wasn't above sprawling across the floor or curling up in a corner if it happened to be occupied. Hizashi sits on the other end of the couch, with Shota's head cushioned on his thigh. The blonde's mouth is moving as he reads over and marks the worksheets he'd given all his classes that morning, currently working on 1A's worksheets, as far as Oboro can tell. Oboro knew the worksheet well, had seen it every year for as long as Hizashi had been teaching. It was a way for Hizashi to gauge where each student was when it came to starting English again after a break, so he knew what to focus on and where the students would need the most help going forwards. He liked to see who'd need a little extra help along the line too, so he was prepared to assist. Hizashi had always been a thoughtful teacher. He had, after all, been the one to suggest that the two of them start teaching, even taking the initiative first to get his teaching degree after Kiyama-senpai had suggested they look into becoming teachers as well. Shota had followed along right after, starting just a semester behind Hizashi. Oboro had tried to help Midoriya with his worksheet, but the green-haired teen had been adamantly against accepting any form of help. He was so determined to do it himself that Oboro couldn't help but be proud of the kid. There weren't a lot of kids like Midoriya out there in the world, and the notion made him smile. He'd been kidding about being Midoriya's cheat sheet, well, for the most part, at least. Besides, an answer slipped to him here and there wasn't the end of the world, right? Maybe not to anyone else, but Oboro thinks it might be the end of the world to Midoriya. What a funny kid. Oboro likes him, and not just because the kid can see him. The teacher's office is pretty quiet with just Sho and Zashi around. They're not really talking, though they do exchange a word every so often. It's expected. Shota is trying to catch up on his sleep, so he's rested for his patrol tonight, eyes closed as he dozes, and Hizashi is busy marking his assignments. It had always been himself and Hizashi who'd talk to fill the silence, so if Hizashi's not speaking when it's just the two of them, no one is. Shota had never been one for talking just for the hell of it. So he too sits in the silence of the room. He'd long since given up on trying to convince them he was there with them. It was a futile effort. He had so little power over the living world, and no amount of trying changed that. The most he could do was walk through them, unpleasant on both sides, and flicker lights, but none of that was really telling to living idiots. None of that was proof, and Oboro knows how logical of a person Shota is, even if Hizashi does get spooked every so often by it, not that he'd ever put two and two together. So it wasn't worth the energy drain for something so pointless. Oboro lets his head settle back against the wall behind him, eyes fluttering shut. Midoriya. Hizashi's thoughtful hum stirs Oboro from his thoughts. The ghost lets his eyes sliver open, angling his head back towards his friends at the mention of his ghost-seeing new friend. What about Midoriya? Hizashi's eyes are the paper he's currently scanning, but Oboro sees Shota's eyes crack open the faintest bit to look up at him. Oboro's eyes flick to the paper in Hizashi's hand, just barely able to spot Midoriya's tiny yet formal scrawl over the top of the paper. He'd watched the teen write it, knew all of his answers. He also knew what was right and what was wrong, because he'd been watching Hizashi mark that exact paper for years. Ichu, what about him? Shota asks gruffly, eyes shutting again, and he melts further into his sleeping bag. Hizashi's spare hand, the one loosely holding his marking pen, brushes some hair from Shota's face without even looking down at him. It stays there for a second on his forehead before he's lifting it to check off a grammatically correct sentence. Nothing really, the blonde mutters as he marks off an X on the paper. He just caught my eye is all. Shota hums indifferently, but they all know it's a do-tell hum. The thought brings a smile to his face. It's been 13 years, and neither of them have really changed besides maturing and growing a bit older. They're still the same show and Zashi he'd sat in the cafeteria with, joking around and laughing. Well, he and Zashi joked around with a shared goal of trying to get Shota to crack a smile. And that was not an easy feat in the slightest. It was weird, Hizashi tells the dark-haired man, gaze not straying from the paper he's reading. I just think I need to look into his files. I'm not sure, but I think he might be dealing with some sort of developmental disability or something. Maybe ADHD, or something along those lines. I just noticed a few things during class today that I'm going to keep an eye on. And if he does have a developmental disability, then I want to be able to help him along, you know. I see, Shota's eyes finally open, head leaning back in Hizashi's lap to study the man curiously. I looked through my class's records when I got my roster this year, but I didn't see anything concerning when I looked through Midoriya's. No report of any learning disabilities. What did you notice? Well, a lack of attention for starters. The blonde snorts a laugh, looking down at Shota with a fond smile. Besides that, he just kept looking around. I'd be talking, but he'd be staring out the window or off to the side. It's like I was fighting for his attention or something. And he did quite a bit of muttering to himself too, though he was quiet about it. I doubt anyone else in class noticed. Oh, and at one point his gaze was even dragging across the room. Like he was watching someone pace. I get English is kinda boring if you're not interested in it, I mean you hated English class, but he wasn't acting particularly bored, not like the other students, he was just distracted, you know? Oboro feels his cheeks heat up. Izuka had been right, he was going to get him in trouble at some point. It was only the second day and he'd already been distracting him that Hizashi had taken notice of it. Oboro feels bad, of course, but it's really hard not to be a distraction. He hardly even notices he's doing it. Someone sees him for the first time in years. Someone hears him, speaks to him. He's been isolated for so long, devoid of human contact since he died, and now someone is there he can interact with. He can't help it. He really can't help it. It's just so easy to forget that Midoriya's not supposed to see him, that the boy can see him, and therefore Oboro is a distraction to him in a way he's never been before. Still, he doesn't want to be the reason Midoriya fails a class. He has high hopes that Midoriya will become a great hero in the upcoming years. He hasn't seen much from him, not exactly, but Oboro knows if anyone has the potential to be one of the best heroes of this day and age, it's Midoriya. The kid's got a heart of gold, and a fighting spirit that you just don't see anymore. Oboro will be mad if Midoriya doesn't turn out to be one of the greatest at this point. He doesn't even know the kid well, but he believes in him. There's just something about the kid. Especially after the apprehension test yesterday. It's not a bad thing, Hizashi continues after a second, and some of the fear drains from Oboro's chest as leans towards them to listen, lips pressed in a straight line where he's still tucked away in the corner of the room. I don't think it'll be a huge problem or anything. He seems to catch himself doing it, kept forcing his attention back onto me when he got sidetracked. And his grade on this paper is fairly good too, considering they probably haven't touched anything English since junior high. I'm just a bit worried. I actually noticed that too. Shota lets out a deep sigh. The dark-haired man squeezes a hand out of the opening of the sleeping bag to rub at his eyes. The muttering. And his lack of attention. During the apprehension test yesterday. He kept glancing away. I just assumed it was nerves, but it could definitely be something else too. I didn't even think of that since it wasn't in his file. Huh. Hizashi sets the paper down on the armrest of the couch with the other graded papers, finally looking down at Shota. Well, you know things like this get overlooked all the time. I guess we can see what the other teachers think after a few classes with him and watch over him for the next couple weeks. If he hasn't already been diagnosed, maybe we could suggest looking into it. But then again, I could just be looking too far into this. It's only my first day with him. After all, maybe he's just an odd kid, it's not like you weren't. Hey, I resent that, Shota huffs out lowly. Oboro can't see it, but he knows his friend is rolling his eyes at Hizashi. I don't remember you being overly normal either, Hizashi. Hey! Hizashi laughs as if he hadn't fired the first shot. I was more normal than you, Mr. Grumpy Pants. Our classmate spoke to me at least. Out of obligation, it's hard to ignore that voice of yours, Shota retorts. Besides, they were mostly idiots anyways, I didn't want to speak to them. You're lucky I talked to you, Tensei and Oboro. Not that you three were much better than the others. And don't even get me started on Namuri. Being friends with you lot was irrational. Ah, Sho, Hizashi cooed, patting the man's forehead softly, but you loved us, and you can't convince me otherwise. I mean, why else would you stick around during lunch and after school with us if we were so irrational? Shota gives an indifferent hum, but Oboro hears the fondness in the sound. His heart feels warm in the same way it does whenever they talk about him. It's nice to know they still remember him, not that he thinks they'll ever forget. The acknowledgement is nice, reminds him that he's still important to them. They've only just recently come to a place where they can say his name without getting all gloomy and mournful. It's nice to see he's glad he's not as big of a sore topic anymore. He'd hated the looks on their faces. The pain. The heartbreak. How the room fell silent whenever he was mentioned, because the thought of losing him had hurt them. They still have bad days, usually his birthday and the anniversary of that fateful day, but he's glad they have good days of reminiscence now too. They can say his name and think back and smile. He feels a smile curl onto his own face as the two of them continue talking. They've carried on from talking about Midoriya, which is good, the kid doesn't need any more attention on him, and are now focused on another of the green-haired boy's classmates. He hasn't gotten around to memorizing all their names yet, and he can barely picture their faces, but in his defense, he's had something else to be focused on this time. Something way more interesting than a bunch of kids who don't know he's even there with them. Slowly the conversation fades off to the usual silence they settle into when there's nothing to discuss. Shota's breathing evens out in the way it does when he's finally fallen asleep, and Hizashi's pen scratches along the assignments as he marks them silently. Oboro lets his own eyes drift shut once again, even if sleep is foreign concept to him now. Midoriya is feeling worse for the wear as he walks home that day. The battle training trials that All Might had them doing had been brutal, especially on the first day of actual training. Izuka hadn't expected something so intensive during their first official heroics class, but maybe he should have? He doesn't know what to expect at a school like Yui. All Might really hadn't gone easy on them, not that Izuku expected him to. Still, it was a lot for their first lesson. Izuku's not sure he's ever felt as drained as he does right now. Aizawa-sensei had been right when he'd said Izuku needed to be prepared for today's lessons. Izuku just hadn't thought to take it quite so literally. He doesn't think anything could have really prepared him for today's lessons, but he really would have appreciated a bit of a heads up so he didn't feel quite so overwhelmed during those trials. Izuku's body aches with each step he takes. He probably should have held back a little, especially not really knowing how to really use his quirk, but he also couldn't let his teammate down and he did truly want to win and impress All Might on their first official heroics assignment. Plus, he was against Kaken, who'd be beyond set off if Izuku didn't give it his all like Katsuki always did. Kaken didn't like it when Izuku beat him at all, but he also hated it when Izuku didn't give it his all too. Sometimes it felt like he could never win when it came to Kaken. And Ito was a worthy competitor too, so Izuku didn't want to let him down either. They all needed to do their best, especially with All Might watching them. Honestly, he's surprised that he and Uraraka won in the end. If he didn't know Kaken as well as he does, having grown up alongside Kaken and having had the chance to study the explosive teen throughout their childhoods, he's not sure they would have stood a chance against him at all. Izuku believes that any other student would have lost going up against Kaken, just because he's as clever as he is powerful. Kaken is strong both mentally and physically, which is an advantage in something like heroics where you need to think and act quickly. If Izuku hadn't have been able to predict Kaken's attacks, he probably wouldn't be standing here at all. So, yeah, they'd won in the end, but that didn't mean they came out of those battle trials unscathed. Well, Izuku in particular hadn't come out of today's assignment unscathed, though he did have a victory under his belt all the same. Their first victory with their quirks, his first victory using his one for all, and that was something to be proud of. And he was proud of himself, even if he'd spent the remainder of class in Recovery Girl's office, and he was now beyond tired and still had to make the journey home before he could actually rest. Recovery Girl had used up nearly all of his stamina, which didn't exactly feel great. He kinda wants to just keel over right where he stands, but he resists the urge. He's still surprisingly sore, since Recovery Girl hadn't managed to do much for him. The trials had left him with limited stamina, but she'd still given him first aid treatment and had given him an 4 drip to replenish his fluids before he went home and passed out for a good few hours. She'd given him some chalky-tasting nutrient gummies as well, which weren't actually as bad as they sounded. The school nurse hadn't wanted to let Izuku leave, but she'd ended up caving when he promised to go straight home and sleep until the following morning, which he honestly has every intention to do. He wonders what that says about him having the school nurse already on him. He doesn't really care if he gets to go home and sleep. It's fairly late in the afternoon when he's finally granted permission to leave the infirmary, and that's only after he promises once again to go straight home and return to the nurse's office the following morning after resting and recharging his stamina so he's strong enough for her to heal him up the rest of the way before classes. It'll be decided at that point whether he's fit enough to go to his classes, or whether he needs to rest up with her until he's got the stamina to fix up his injuries. He really hopes it's the former of the two, since he's got a bad feeling that Aizawa-sensei will be none too pleased with him if he misses class 2 days in a row. Izuku ends up getting ambushed by his new classmates when he stops by the classroom to pick up his backpack. He hadn't really met most of his new peers, but a lot of them now make the effort to introduce themselves to him. They kindly tell him how the rest of the trials that he'd missed went, and congratulate him on his and Uraraka's win. Izuku wishes he had been around to see them. They sounded cool. Probably would have been a good time to do some analyzing too, if he hadn't been stuck in Recovery Girl's office. He catches Kaken outside the school and tries to talk with his childhood friend after their intense battle, but the other boy doesn't seem very interested in making amends, or even so much as hearing Izuku out after everything. Not a lot is said between them, but Izuku does manage to blurt out his piece, to explain at least a little to his childhood friend, so that's a weight off his shoulder. It feels like he owes his oldest friend an explanation about the situation they've found themselves in. No doubt Kaken is set off and confused when he'd known Izuku as long as Izuku's known him. Kaken knew who Izuku was before he'd gotten One for All. Kaken knows him, even if he refuses to admit it. Kaken is the only one who truly knows where Izuku came from, who he was before he'd been accepted into this amazing school as well. Kaken is, well, he's Kaken in how he reacts. There's a lot of yelling, and it's not a nice conversation in the slightest, but it's a needed one nonetheless. It actually ends on relatively good terms considering Izuku doesn't end up on the receiving end of a palmful of explosive glycerin sweat. Kaken leaves without another word to Izuku. The green-haired teen watches him go before he backtracks into the school to grab his stuff and say goodbye to the rest of his classmates, who'd kindly waited for him. He feels a bit bad about how he'd fled the
classroom when he'd seen Kaken leaving throughout the window. And then finally, a lot later than Izuku wishes it were, he finally leaves the school for the day. Uraraka and Ida have stuck around to help everyone else tidy up the classroom after everyone had collectively sent Izuku home to rest up and recover, so he walks alone for the first time. He leaves the school with a temporary cast and sling on the arm he'd broken using One for All, and his other entire forearm wrapped delicately in bandages, covering and protecting the remnants of the burns Kaken's quirk had left on him. He truthfully doesn't feel completely awful, all things considered, but he definitely looks worse for the wear. It had been a long day.
Izuku really just wants to sleep.
Holy shit, Midoriya. Izuku glances back over his shoulder, unsurprised to find a beside himself, looking ghost. What the hell happened to you? I left you alone for one afternoon. One. Why the hell do you look like you just went 3 rounds in the ring with the Incredible Hulk? Izuku's not surprised by Shirakumo's presence honestly. He'd felt the ghost trailing closer long before he'd spoken. Shirakumo falls into step with Izuku easily enough, leaning forward slightly ahead of Izuku to scan him head to toe as he keeps pace. The ghost's expression is tight with worry, and his bottom lip is caught tightly between his teeth, where he gnaws anxiously on it. Despite the obvious worry in the ghost's statement, Izuku can't help but let his attention focus first on the Hulk comment. It brings a smile to his face as he lulls his attention in the ghost's direction. Whoa, talk about a classic film. I didn't think anyone watched those movies anymore. Izuka huffs a tired laugh as he reaches his burnt arm up to rub at his stiff shoulder. And, actually, that guess isn't too far off from the truth. If I didn't know any better, I'd think he slammed me around too. Oh, wow, I didn't think you'd know what I was talking about. A light smile slips onto Shirakumo's face, and for a second, the worry is replaced with intrigue. I'm surprised you understood the reference, since not many people do. Zashi's a sucker for American movies, likes the old ones most. And you can't go wrong with superheroes. I've seen most of those old Marvel films. It takes just a second for the ghost to sober up again, a deep frown tugging back onto his lips as he scowls at Izuku. Don't try to distract me with your cool old superhero movie knowledge. That didn't answer my question, dude. What happened? We did some battle training today, Izuku explains tiredly, keeping his head ducked so no one sees him talking to himself. Luckily, the majority of the students have already left, and his classmates were still finishing up tidying the classroom and going over their battles when he'd left, so there's only a few people around. I won my match, but it still somehow feels like I lost. Battle training? On the first official day. Shirakumo's eyebrows lift in surprise. No kidding. I didn't stick around for all the details on how you got hurt, but Shota definitely wasn't aware of that from RG's report. Izuka's shoulders lift in a pained shrug. Yeah, well, All Might was teaching us. You mean Aizawa-sensei didn't plan this? Yesterday, he told me to be prepared for class today. You're usually with Aizawa-sensei, aren't you? Why didn't he show up to class? He wasn't supposed to show up to class today. Shirakumo's nose wrinkles. You know how yesterday Shota did the apprehension test to get a feel for your guys' quirks? Well, today was supposed to be All Might's turn to do the same thing, since they're both teaching the fundamentals. And it's a solid no on the sensei awareness thing. Shota definitely didn't know anything about the battle trial plans, or he would have shut that down instantly. He'd never allow battle trial, so soon not when he's still learning your guys' quirks too. It's just not safe when you're all wild cards. Clearly. Izuka snorts back, his arm aching in the cast. Something tells me Yagi is definitely going to be in the doghouse when it comes to Shota. The ghost snickers good-naturedly. Those two are not on the best of terms. I doubt they'll ever really see eye to eye on anything involving teaching. Sho's never been much of an All Might fan, simply a difference of opinions. Drastically different opinions. Yeah, Izuka clicks his tongue with a light smile, eyes flicking towards Shirakumo before dropping back to his shoes as he walks. I kinda picked up on the whole sensei, and All Might rift on my own. It wasn't exactly subtle when Aizawa-sensei was talking about an overzealous hero yesterday.
Yeah.
Subtlety isn't his strong suit. Shirakumo snorts in agreement. They're both quiet for a couple steps before Shirakumo seems to deflate a bit beside Izuku, almost guiltily. I was with Shota today, but I promise he had no idea what All Might was planning. Nizu was the one who decided that All Might would be teaching the class, but I don't think anyone expected him to go so hard on the first lesson. Trust me, Sho's gonna be said when he gets the full story. We were in the teacher's office, and he was preparing for you guys to come back after what was supposed to be individual exercises to get you using your quirks in a controlled environment, so All Might could get a feel for your quirks like Sho did, not battle simulations. The older teen pauses, chewing on his lip before he continues. Shota was pretty surprised when you didn't show up to class. The only thing your classmates told him was that you were with Recovery Girl after an incident. I wanted to check on you, but thought you might want some privacy. Shota was worried about ya, but he couldn't just leave his class unattended, and you were taken care of, so he had to wait. It was only after school was over that he'd stormed into the office to talk with Nizu about why a student was with the nurse, and then he went to check on you, but by the time he made it RG, you were already gone. That's about the point that I bailed to come find you, and last I heard Shota was going for a meeting with Nizu and All Might, and that's all I know. Sounds like Sensei's been busy, Izuka mutters. There's a warm feeling in his chest at the admission that Shirakumo had come to find him when he heard he'd been injured, that he'd been worried about him. Thank you. That means a lot that you came to find me. I'm okay now. Shirakumo didn't look convinced by the statement. Izuku probably wouldn't have been if it were anyone else saying the same thing, but the ghost let it go for the time being, shoes scuffing against the pavement as they walked. He'd gone to kick a pebble, but had just phased through it, only to keep walking indifferently. Shirakumo's probably used to phasing right through things. They walk a couple more steps in silence until the ghost breaks it again. You didn't miss much in Sho's class, if you're worried about that. He mostly wanted to go over the syllabus with you guys and pick apart your costume ideas before sending them off to the support department for adjustments, worried about functionality and all that. That's what he does every year. Oh, Izuku hums out, nodding his head. It makes sense. I wish I'd been there for that. I mean, I like my costume idea, but it probably needs some adjustments too. It was in shambles by the time this exercise was over. Probably not great for actual field work, you know? Well, to be fair, I don't think we can blame for costume for this one.
You did get blasted.
It's not like it just fell apart, Shirakumo reminds with a grin that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Yeah, Izuku supposes he has a point, but villains will be a lot crueler than Kaken was. Shirakumo gives a heavy shrug of his shoulder. He couldn't refute that, and Izuku knows it. It's the truth. The older looked away for a second before clearing his throat. Anyways, I'm sorry I missed your battle. If I'd have known that's what you guys were getting up to, I would have been there to watch. I bet you kicked butt, huh? You did win. That's still an accomplishment. Even if, you broke yourself to the max. I'm starting to get used to that. Izuku huffed a light laugh, rubbing at the back of his neck with his burnt hand. It's only the second day, and I'm already a regular patient in the infirmary. And I already have an appointment tomorrow with Recovery Girl too, so that'll be 3 days in a row, in 3 days of school. That's gotta be like a record or something. Shirakumo lets out a hearty laugh. It fades off naturally as they walk, but when Izuku looks over after a second of silence, his friend is now staring at him with an unreadable expression. Shirakumo continues before he can mutter a word though. Seriously though, all jokes aside. You good? Izuku gives the other a smile. That doesn't completely reach his eyes. I'm a bit sore, but that's to be expected. I just want to go home and sleep, really. Recovery Girl drained most of my stamina, but on the bright side, I look a lot better than I did. Don't tell me that. Shirakumo squawks with a heavy frown. His foot scuffs against the ground as they stroll towards the train station side by side. The ghost's lip jutted out in a pout. You look awful now. I don't want to imagine you looking worse. Gee, thanks. Izuku snorts a laugh. Really though, I'll be okay. After some sleep, and another visit to Recovery Girl tomorrow, at least. Are you sure you're okay to walk home alone? Shirakumo can't help but ask. They've reached the train station, and are waiting for Izuku's train to arrive. I can walk you home, I'm not much good if you collapse or anything, but I'll panic for ya if you do. My hero. Izuku shakes his head with a tired-sounding laugh. I'm good though. Besides, shouldn't you with Aizawa-sensei or Prezumike? I was under the impression that's where you tended to spend your time when you weren't following me around. They're both busy. Shirakumo sighs, attention dropping to his feet. She'll be asleep by now because he's got night patrol, that is. If he's finished with that meeting with Nizu and the number one witch will probably have him fuming, and Zashi's got his radio thing tonight, so he's no fun. All he does is sit in a booth and talk. Boring.
Right.
Put your hands up, radio, yeah. Izuku PPS his head faintly to the side, before smiling. I listen to that sometimes, it's good. I used to be obsessed with it when I was younger. Too bad it was always on pretty late. Now he's got a better time slot, but I just don't have time to listen anymore. Yep, that's the one. Shirakumo sighs heavily. He's only live on Fridays, but he spends a lot of time there preparing everything and making his set list of songs he wants to play. He spends so much time at the station, it's not even funny. It's super boring, worse than UE classes are, because there aren't even students for me to root for. Just Zashi and his team of radio people. Sounds it. Izuku hums as the train finally arrives, slowing to a stop in front of them. He hesitates a second after the door opens, glancing to his side. Izuku bites at his bottom lip, bandaged arm hugging around the arm in his sling as he slowly suggests, "You're welcome to come home with me. I probably won't be much more entertaining than Aizawa-sensei or Mike-sensei though. I'm under strict instructions from Recovery Girl." Izuku shuffles his feet, still hesitating slightly. "But I can turn the TV on for you, or something. Not sure what you like to do in your spare time, but I can help you get set up before I head to bed. TV or music or a YouTube rabbit hole or something." It'll pass the time while you wait. Really? Shirakumo perks up. You do that? Yeah, sure. Izuku grins widely in return. I mean, you can do anything you'd like while I'm asleep. I don't mind. There's a warning that the train doors are going to close, so Midoriya steps in before they do, pausing there and turning to look at the ghost. So you come in? Sure. Shirakumo barely takes a second to decide. The decision is nearly instant. How could he say no when the offer was so awesome? Midoriya would leave the TV on for him. He'd be able to choose the channel and everything. It's been so long since he's watched something he wanted to watch. Just until show's patrol, though, so I can keep an eye on him while he's out. Yeah, alright. Izuku smiles, but he looks so tired. He wouldn't look quite as bad if he weren't subconsciously slouching over in exhaustion. Shirakumo's not sure this kid should be walking and riding the train home alone. Surely a parent should have come picked up from school, right? The blue-haired teen wants to set a hand on Midoriya's arm in an attempt to help keep him upright, but he knows better than to try. It's a familiar movement he'd done to Shota loads during their days at school when his grouchy-faced friend would overwork himself or stay up too long without sleep. He wants to reach out, but thinks better of it. He's just something cold right now, and that's not what Izuku needs. Shirakumo takes a second to scan the teenager, chewing on the inside of his cheek. Recovery girl really did a number on you, Midoriya. I'll say. The boy huffs, flapping his slinged arm slightly as if he's waving Shirakumo's concern off, his other bandaged arm coming up to rub at tired eyes as he waves the ghost off. The exhaustion is really starting to hit him. You can call me Izuku, by the way. We're friends now, aren't we? Izuku pauses sharply for a second before seeming to register what he said. Then he's jerking upright with wild eyes. I mean, if you want and I didn't mean to insinuate that you want to, You're coming over to my place, and you're staying the night. Well, I mean, technically you'll be leaving late in the night, I guess, but if you're Izuku, then call me Oboro, cool? Shirakumo cuts him off with what Izuku is starting to realize is his signature smile. That's what friends do, right? First name basis. Why, yeah. Izuku swallows, feeling a weight off his shoulders at the acceptance. That's what friends do. Izuku's apartment isn't quite what Oboro expects. It's nice, don't get him wrong. It's clean and furnished. Wide and spacious. It's a nice living space, it's not very lived in. The apartment doesn't have much personality. There are no framed photos, or art or decor at all hung along the walls. The colors are bland and neutral, like that out of a home decor magazine you'd find in a doctor's office waiting room. It's quiet, which isn't supposed to be odd, but there's just something weird about how eerily quiet the place is. It's clear that Izuku lives here, from his backpack dumped on the couch to an empty carton of ramen on the counter by the sink. There are loose school papers and a book on the dining table, along with the syllabus Shota had requested the kids picked up. And the boy had slipped into a pair of All Might-themed slippers at the door when they'd entered the apartment. Izuku looks completely at home as he shuffles along through the apartment in his All Might slippers, turning on any lights he needs as he makes his way further into the apartment. It's late in the evening now, but it's still a few hours until Shota heads out on patrol. When are your parents coming home? Oboro asks with a tilt of his head. Izuku's movements have gotten sloppy, feet dragging as he plops down on the couch and grabs the TV remote. He's not sure he really wants to leave Izuku alone in his state, but he also doesn't want to miss out on patrol with Shota. It's been routine for him since Shota started his patrols as an underground hero. He went with Hisashi on his too. It was arranged perfectly. As soon as Shota was back in the morning, Hisashi would be leaving for his own early morning patrol, so Oboro could just fall into step with him instead. While Shota passed out, then he'd follow them to school after Hisashi was finished his patrol, and there was always something to do at a school like Yui, even if neither Shota or Hisashi were doing anything interesting. Oboro liked to have something to do, and it was perfect that his friends had alternating schedules, so he usually always had something to keep him busy. My mom won't be home, the boy tells him shortly, rubbing at his eyes again. It takes a second for Oboro to remember his question, but when he does, his glance shifts uncertainly to Izuku. The boy yawns. She works a lot. I don't see her very often. Oboro bites his lip, interlocking his hands together in front of himself as he moves to join Izuku. He doesn't sit yet. instead watching over the back of the couch. The boy looks even more tired now that he's actually sitting. His eyes are slipping shut, but they flutter open when he catches himself dozing off. And your dad. Your guess is as good as mine. Izuku shrugs as he fiddles with the remote. Izuku leans back against the couch cushions, yawning again. He's out of the picture. Last I heard, he was living his best life in America, or something. I never really knew him, so it doesn't matter. Okay, wow. Oboro wasn't expecting that. Was there anything specific you wanted to watch? Izuku asks, and only then does Oboro glance back at him. You can use my laptop if you want to watch some YouTube, but if you do that, you'll be at the mercy of autoplay. TV's the same way, but we can at least check the guide to see we'll be on. What time does Aizawa-sensei leave for patrol? Midnight. Oboro answers without much thought. And TV's fine. I'm not picky. But, don't you think you should eat something before you go to sleep? Recovery Girl always force-fed us those weird gummies she has, but eating something would do the same thing. Nutrients, you know. No. Izuku shakes his head tiredly. I'm not hungry. Just tired. And she gave me some of those gummies, so I should be fine for the night. He knows he should argue that how does Izuku plan to refresh his stamina without nutrients? Even if he did have some of Recovery Girl's gummies, that wasn't a replacement for actual food. Hell, even one of Shota's stupid jelly pouches would be better than nothing. But it's not his place to push, not here, or now while he's a guest in Izuku's apartment. He'd literally only met the kid yesterday. He doesn't want to PSS him off yet. Got a channel in mind? Izuku breaks the moment of silence, head lolling back against the couch to glance up at Oboro. Hero documentaries? Oboro suggests with a shrug. He's really not versed on what they show on TV nowadays. He has to rack his brain for something suitable. Neither Shota or Hisashi watch much TV, and when they do, it's usually films. American films at that. Shota's more of a book person, and Hisashi will choose music over a TV show any day. It hasn't changed since their teen years. He remembers liking hero documentaries, though forcing his friends over to his house and making them watch them with him. He'd be vibrating in his seat, with Hisashi's wide eyes staring at the TV too. Shota beside them looked bored, but there was a twinkle of interest in his eyes as he watched the TV too. That'll be us someday. He remembers chirping out with a wide grin, pointing to a trio of lesser-known heroes on the large television screen in his living room. He doesn't even remember their names now, or where they even are in life anymore, whether they're still heroes, or retired, or even, well, dead. That doesn't matter though, because they've been a staple in his adolescent years, and he'll never forget that. Of course it will, yo. We'll be the best heroes. Hisashi had chirped right back, grinning brightly as he glances over, looking at first Oboro, and then down a little bit to Shota, on the other end of the couch. The three of us'll be some of the greatest. Like All Might. If you say so. Shota had shrugged, but his eyes glowed with interest. Course we say so. Oboro remembers laughing, tossing an arm over each Hisashi and Shota's shoulders and pulling them close. We'll start our own hero agency, and it'll be awesome. You, me, and Zashi. Just imagine it, guys. Hey, you okay? Oboro pulls himself from his thoughts to see Izuku watching him. The younger boy's eyes are lidded in exhaustion, but the worry is prominent when he regards Oboro. You just kinda left for a second there? Oh. Oboro breathed out quietly, shaking himself from the thought. Oh yeah. No, I'm good.
Fine.
Perfectly fine, just... It doesn't really matter. Anyways, you should be resting. You've got school tomorrow, and you're already going to be playing catch-up in Sho's class, so get some rest. Okay, Dad. Izuku snorts, and Oboro doesn't have the heart to tell him that if he were alive, he'd be old enough that he could actually be his father. Well, if he'd had him at 15 anyways. Yeah, he offers softly instead, rounding the couch to settle down beside the green-haired kid. The TV lights up the room, playing old hero documentaries that Oboro can almost remember watching if he digs into the depths of his brain, but besides that, the rest of the apartment is blanketed in darkness. It's nice. Beside him, Izuku's breath evens out remarkably fast. His lack of stamina must be hitting him hard. The kid's face is pressed into the couch at Oboro's side, hand curled around the remote. He looks oddly peaceful despite the injuries and the fact he'd passed out in the presence of a ghost he'd known for 2 days. Oboro had thought the teen would have retreated to his own bedroom when the TV was on, since the lights and sounds could be distracting, but he hadn't. The boy had drifted to sleep easily, so he must have been pretty tired to be able to do so. He actually likes the company though, even if Izuku is not even awake. It takes everything in him, literally all his effort and energy, to tug the blanket that's draped over the back of the couch down over his friend. Oboro takes a second to admire his handiwork, the still partially folded blanket covering only a bit of the curled-up teenager, but it's still the most he'd interacted with the physical world in ages. Oboro is proud of his work. When he's satisfied with the blanket, the ghost slips down onto the floor and scooches himself forwards until his legs are under the coffee table and there's no risk of Izuku accidentally touching him and jolting awake at the chill. He enjoys every second of the documentaries and evened out breaths behind him. He doesn't feel quite so lonely. Izuku stirs awake the following morning to the loud, insistent blaring of his phone alarm. He reaches blindly for the device beside him, rubbing hard at tired eyes as he fumbles the electronic between his fingers. He just faintly remembers haphazardly setting the alarm on his phone the evening prior, before he'd promptly passed out. He turns the alarm off with a swipe of his finger, then focuses blurry eyes on the time, blinking owlishly as he processes what he's seeing. It's early. Way earlier than he usually wakes up. He's not sure whether it's because he was so tired when he set the alarm that he accidentally pressed the wrong numbers, or if nighttime Izuku had a plan that morning Izuku doesn't recall. For a second, he's confused.
Why?
Why is he in the living room? Had he been so tired when he got home that he'd just passed out on the first plush surface he'd come into contact with? Why hadn't he forced himself to take a couple more steps so he could have sprawled out in his bed instead? He'd slept fine, though he still feels exhausted, but he probably would have slept better in an actual bed. He doesn't tend to sleep in the living room, especially when there's a chance his mother could come home at any point. She used to always get upset whenever she found him asleep in the living room, instead of in his own room. Honestly, Izuku, why did I even buy you a bed if you never use it? And that was about the last time he'd stopped having impromptu sleepover in front of the television in the living room. The next thing Izuku hazily notices is that he's hugging the television remote to his chest as if it's a plush toy. His cheek had been pressed into the top half of the bottoms as he'd slept, so he's sure he has button indentations. Izuku slowly brings his hand up to thumb at his cheek, the pad of his thumb dipping in and out of little indents pressed into his face, just like he'd feared. How embarrassing. Hopefully they're gone before he gets to school, because he's not sure how he'd explain cuddling with a television remote. Izuku leans forwards to set the remote on the coffee table, only to pause when he notices the next odd thing. The TV is still on, volume so quiet that he can barely hear it. Is he watching the Hero documentary channel? It's been a while since he watched this channel despite his adoration for heroes and interest in analysis. A lot of the documentaries are old and outdated now, and it's way easier getting information online. It's still his favorite TV channel, even if he doesn't actually watch TV all that often anymore. Izuku's head angles towards the flashing lights in confusion, a frown settling on his lips. He hadn't meant to leave it on all night. What a waste of power. His mother would have been livid if she'd seen this, but thankfully, she must be working another late shift. Izuku turns the television off before setting the remote on the table, distantly wondering when his mother would grace him with her presence again. The boy settles back into the backrest of the couch, reaching up to rub the sleep from his eyes. Except, when he moves, there's a sharp pain in his arm. Izuku's attention drops down to the sting, staring wide-eyed at the state of himself before everything comes back to him all at once.
Right.
The battle trials, All Might had them doing during class. Kaken's powerful attacks burning into his arm and up to his hand when he'd lifted the limb to shield his face. Using one for all on the building, completely shattering his arm in the process. Izuku thinks he remembers those last fleeting moments before he'd finally passed out from pain and overexertion, just after they'd managed to complete their simulation trial. They'd won in the end, hadn't they? Him and Uraraka.
That sounds about right.
Izuku tries to think back to what happened after that, but he doesn't really remember much. The next thing he really recalls is Shirakumo no Oboro, because they were officially friends now, falling into step with him as he'd stumbled his way home, running on nothing but fumes by that point. And then, oh right, he'd invited the ghost in so he could watch some television, and it's hazy after that. But it does explain why he's on the couch, and why the TV was on all night. Makes sense. Oboro. Izuku calls out languidly, a confused frown settling on his lips as he picks up the edge of a blanket pooled in his lap. It's the throw blanket that usually sits unused on the back of the couch, one of his mother's favorites. Izuku doesn't remember pulling it down over himself, and why hadn't he unfolded it if he was going to use it? Well, it doesn't really matter. He wasn't cold, so that's all he can really ask for. Izuku gets no response from the ghost as he shoves the blanket off his lap and pushes himself into straighter position. That's right. The ghost was gone. Oboro wasn't staying the night with him. He was just here to kill time, wasn't he? He'd been waiting until Aizawa-sensei's night patrol. Still, Izuku hopes the ghost at least had a good time in the apartment, even if Izuku had conked out just minutes after turning the TV on for him. Hopefully Oboro wasn't too bored with Izuku being a less than decent host. Izuku wishes the ghost had woken him to say bye before leaving, but then again, if the television being on all night hadn't woken or disturbed him throughout the night, then he's sure nothing short of a good shake to his shoulders would have done the job, and that's, well, it's not quite in Oboro's wheelhouse anymore. Izuku takes a second to collect his thoughts, his burnt hand coming up to dry wash his face in hopes of waking him from the lingering clutches of sleep. He still feels drowsy, wonders if he'd gotten enough rest to satisfy Recovery Girl when he sees her later this morning. The cotton of the bandages on his arm irritates his eyelids, but it wakes him more than it bothers him. He honestly can't wait for the bandages, cast, and sling to come off. He misses having full use of his arms. Izuku's arm drops back into his lap, a sigh leaving his lungs as he glances down at the state he's in. He'd really just passed out, hadn't he? He's still in his school uniform, the fabric beyond wrinkled from not only sleeping in it, but sleeping in it on the couch. Izuku can tell his hair's a bit mussed by how it falls into his face, and he can feel that it's a little greasy from the sweat of the battle trial. Izuku has half a mind to try showering before school, but it's probably not the best idea with his arms still bandaged and casted. And lifting his arms any higher than his chest actually hurts, so he decides to forego the shower today. Besides, he's got other things to be worried about, like trying to be on time for classes after having to squeeze in a visit to Recovery Girl's office. Izuku heads into his room to change into his second school uniform because showing up in this uniform again, when it looks like this, is a very bad idea. He doesn't want to give his teacher any other reason to expel him, and Izuku wants to look nice too. A uniform he's slept in isn't up to his own standards or the school's.
Probably. It's.
As Izuku's tugging his school jacket on, gritting his teeth in pain as the fabric drags across his arms, that Izuku realizes what nighttime Izuku had planned when setting his alarm for so early. He should just head to school earlier, so he doesn't have to miss any classes while he's with Recovery Girl. That's logical, right? Then Sensei won't have anything to be mad about unless, of course, Recovery Girl deems him unfit to attend classes, which he really has no say in. Aizawa-sensei couldn't be mad at him over that. Could he? Izuku forces himself to brush away the thought as he hurries to find his school bag. He finds it on the couch, then leaves the apartment after locking the door behind himself. The boy just barely manages to make it on time for the earlier train than his usual one, the doors shutting the second after he steps in. Izuku heaves out a sigh of relief as he collapses back into one of the seats. The train is quieter this early in the morning. The only other people on the train are a few men dressed in business suits, no doubt on their way to their 9-to-5 jobs, spread sparely through the train car, and a tiny old lady towards the far end of the car, who is just gazing out the window as the world passes them by. It's peaceful. The old lady glances over at Izuku halfway through the ride, and he offers her a kind smile. Izuku's stop comes first, so, with a respectful bow of his head in the old woman's direction, Izuku stands. It's only then, As he heads to the door with a glance at the others in the train car, that he finally notices how uncomfortable and confused the business men look as they watch him, which is when Izuku realizes the lady on the train must be a ghost. He bowed to a ghost. He really must be out of it. Izuku had hurried off the train after that, jogging away from that situation quickly after the realization dawned on him. The school is quiet when Izuku steps into the building, but, to be fair, it was only just after 6:30 in the morning, and classes didn't start until 8. The doors are unlocked, and Izuku spots a couple other students who've arrived early too, but it doesn't look like there's many teachers here yet. He passes maybe 2 students in the cafeteria, and a third sitting in the hallway, engrossed in a book. Izuku makes his way to Recovery Girl's office, heart dropping into his stomach when he finally arrives.
And
the door is locked. There's not even a light on in the room. The youthful heroine clearly isn't even at the school yet, and Izuku doesn't even know when she'd be arriving, which is CKS. Clearly his plan wasn't as thought out as he'd thought it was. Izuku lingers outside the door for a second, debating his next move. He could sit outside the infirmary and wait for her, but he's really not sure if he'd be able to push himself up when she did get here without making a fool of himself. And his arms are already aching just standing there, so he doesn't want to do anything that would put him in more pain than he's already in, or strain or injure his arms further. He wants to get back to class as soon as he can. Also, he's pretty sure that whatever the old woman had given him yesterday for the pain had worn off at some point in the night. He's really starting to feel the broken arm and forearm-long burn, which leaves him with the option of heading to his homeroom classroom to wait for a more reasonable time to show up outside the infirmary. It makes the most sense. He'll be able to sit in an actual chair in the classroom, which sounds far more appealing than sinking to the floor here, so that's where he heads. 1A's classroom door is unlocked, but not open. Izuku slides the door open, struggling a little with his injuries, before peeking into the dark room prior to flicking the lights on. The room is neat and tidy, meaning his classmates really had cleaned up before heading home themselves. Izuku feels a little bad he hadn't helped. Izuku slips into the room, barely making it to his chair, when a voice startles him. Midoriya? The teen whips around to face the door as if he'd been caught doing something wrong, cheeks flushing as he smiles sheepishly at Aizawa-sensei. The man stood peering into the room from the hallway, looks tired, but that's no different than any other time he's seen the man. What is different, though, is the hint of surprise in the teacher's eyes. The man's attention drops down to lazily scan over Izuku's frame, instantly singling in on his arms, wrapped in bandages and a cast respectively. The sling is probably an attention-drawing eyesore, keeping his broken arm nestled safely to his chest. The man's mouth presses in a straight before his eyes flick back up to Izuku's face. And as odd as that, in and of itself, is, the stranger part of the situation is the fact the present mix head peeks into the room from the doorway, managing to peer in from the tiny gap between Aizawa-sensei and the doorframe. They're arriving at the exact same time, like the two of them had walked into the school together, and that the one word from Aizawa-sensei, the surprised mutter of Izuku's surname, had the other pro backtracking to investigate. Good morning, little listener. Present Mike grins widely, with far more enthusiasm than his counterpart still taking up space in the doorway. The voice hero leans into the room a little further before freezing abruptly when he, too, spots the injuries. Sheesh, kiddo. Looks like you've been through the ringer. Izuku can't help the snort of laughter he lets out. How could he not when his teacher had just blurted something like that out? Izuku knows he probably looks the part, but it's funny that Present Mike would point it out in such an unprofessional way. Clearly, Aizawa-sensei must share the same sentiment as he shoots a dark look in the other pro's direction. It only makes Izuku struggle harder to muffle the rest of his laughter in his bandaged arm. Yeah, Present Mike. Huffs, flapping a dismissive hand in Aizawa-sensei's direction as the two of them briefly catch gazes. The blonde-haired man glances back at Izuku quickly, a worried frown settling on his lips before he straightens up from his lean into the room. I get it. I'm going. Chillax, won't ya? I'll see you in first PRD. Lil listener well, hopefully at least. If Recovery Girl doesn't keep you to herself this morning. Present Mike leaves with a fleeting wave before Izuku can offer so much as a greeting or a goodbye, leaving him alone with Sensei. And Oboro. Izuku spots the ghost lingering in the hallway, eyebrow arched in silent question. He must have been stood behind the two pros who'd been blocking the door, just observing. Oboro looks between Aizawa-sensei, Izuku, and down the hall, most likely at present Mix receding back, like he's trying to decide where to be. Izuku silently hopes the ghost chooses to come to him, but unfortunately, the ghost seems to want to stick to routine. He shoots Izuku an awkward wave and a half-sympathetic smile before he's disappearing from sight in the direction present Mike had left in. Izuku's gaze lingers on the doorframe, unsure if he's upset Oboro left him alone with Aizawa-sensei, or relieved that his friend won't be around to watch Izuku get his butt chewed out for missing classes yesterday. Something interesting in the hallway, Midoriya? Izuku stiffens at the sound of his teacher's voice, attention snapping from where they'd been lingering, to focus on his teacher instead. He wasn't even sure how long he'd just been staring off into space, probably looking like a fool. Izuku barely manages to bite by a cringe, but to his surprise, his teacher doesn't look angry or upset. He just looks tired, maybe even confused. Realizing belatedly that he'd been asked a question, Izuku frantically shakes his head. The man eyes Izuku again, a sharp, calculating glint in his gaze as he looks from the student to the door the boy had been staring out. Maybe it's an attempt to see what Izuku had seen despite Izuku's insistence that he hadn't been looking at anything. As expected, the man clearly sees nothing of interest, his attention flicking back to Izuku after a moment. Aizawa-sensei lets out a heavy-sounding sigh, seeming to let it go. Izuku watches his teacher step fully into the room, shoulders slouching as he makes his way to his desk at the front of the room. His steps are slow and sluggish, and Izuku can only assume the man is exhausted from an overnight patrol, like Oboro had told him. He has a newfound respect for the man. It must be tough being an overnight hero and still coming to school and teaching during the day. The man plops into his chair the moment he reaches it, eyes finding Izuku once again when he's seated. "You're here awfully early, Midoriya." "Oh, yes, sir." Izuku nods slowly as he carefully lowers himself into his seat. I thought that if I came early, then Recovery Girl could heal my injuries before classes, so I wouldn't have to miss any more lessons, but..." Izuku bites his lip, head bowing. "But she's not here yet." Izuku's shoulders lift in a defeated shrug, pain spiking down his arms as he does so. It's not overbearing, but the dull pain isn't pleasant either. Recovery Girl usually doesn't get in until after 7:30, the man explains plainly, not looking up from the papers he's looking through at his desk. "Oh." The word comes out as nothing more than an exhale as Izuku wilts faintly. If the man hears the defeated exhale, he doesn't let it show. He simply continues flipping through his papers. So much for that plan, then. Izuku's not sure what to add at that point, so he stays silent. He feels a little humiliated, even if he literally couldn't have known what time Recovery Girl got to school in the mornings. Still, he feels silly even thinking that Recovery Girl would be here so early, as if waiting for him to arrive. Like it's the only thing she does in life. It's not like any of the teachers live here. They've got lives and arrive in just as the students do. Izuku wants to let his head fall forwards until it hits the desktop, but he doubts Recovery Girl would appreciate a concussion on top of everything else. That said, the man continues after a short while, Izuku's gaze finally flicking up to find the man still not looking at him. It was a rational idea. Arriving early in hopes of getting fixed up before classes was logical. Had you informed Recovery Girl of your plan, I'm sure she wouldn't have minded coming in early to help. I suppose you probably weren't thinking very clearly after spending the afternoon with her yesterday, though. Izuku thinks the man might be paying him a compliment. Maybe. There's a hint of understanding in his words, so he clearly thinks Izuku had been on the right track. Maybe it hadn't worked out exactly, but the idea was still there. He was still here early. That had to count for something, right? And if he analyzes Sensei's tone, he thinks he might almost sound the faintest bit impressed behind the usual dullness Izuku associates with his teacher's tone. It was a very long day yesterday, Izuku admits quietly. There's really nothing else to say. It was a long day. Recovery Girl used up what little stamina I had left, so I was pretty tired. It must have slipped my mind. I'm sorry for missing classes, Aizawa-sensei. I won't let it happen again. You definitely will. The The man corrects with a sigh, attention finally lifting as he sets the papers down. But this incident wasn't your fault, so don't apologize. I'd planned on stopping by the infirmary to check on you yesterday, but my meeting ran late, and I ended up missing you. You got home all right, yes? Recovery girl said she tried to get in contact with her mother, but she didn't pick up. Did you walk home alone? Oh, no. Izuku forces a crooked smile. A friend walked me home. My mother works long hours, so I wouldn't be too worried about her not picking up. Sometimes she's hard to reach. And besides, I'm okay. My friend even stayed with me for a while and made sure I got some rest, so it was fine. Sensei is watching Izuku pretty intently, his brow furrowed with an odd expression. Izuku doesn't really know what to make of the look on his teacher's face. He doesn't look particularly happy with Izuku's answer for some reason, but he doesn't say anything on the matter. Finally, the man ducks his head in a faint nod, leaning back in his chair as his eyes fixate on Izuku's slouching form. There's a beat of silence. I see you broke your arm again, the man redirects expertly. Using your quirk? Only the one this time. Izuku defends before he can really think better of it, like that would make any difference at all. Izuku's jaw snaps shut at his own outburst, his bandaged arm flattening almost protectively over the arm nestled in the sling. The burns were defensive wounds. Kaken wasn't very. Well, he didn't hold back, I suppose. Not that he should've. Or that I was expecting a classmate to. Just. I promise I didn't use my quirk to attack anyone, Sensei. I don't. I mean, like you said, I can't really control it, but it was the only way I could have seen us winning. Izuku swallows roughly, averting his gaze from Sensei's scrutinizing eyes. I needed to distract Kaken, while Uraraka went for the missile, so using my quirk was the best option. I swear, I only used it to defend. I didn't know how else to counter Kaken. Maybe we were a little rough? But Uraraka needed something to use her quirk on, so that was really what won us the battle. Izuku let his voice peter off, wincing. Was he talking too much? It feels like he's talking too much. I watched the video recordings, Aizawa-sensei says after a lingering of silence. Bakugu. I assume he's the Kaken you're speaking of from the context. That's a cutesy nickname. You two knew each other before school, is that right? You both came from Aldred Junior High, and you're obviously familiar with each other from the recordings I watched. Are you friends? Izuku bites hard at his bottom lip. I wouldn't exactly say we're friends. He doesn't. I mean, we used to be friends. Aizawa-sensei lets out a hum of acknowledgement, clearly prompting Izuku to continue. The man wants him to explain it to him, so Izuku does. We grew up in the same neighborhood, is all, Izuku explains slowly, not looking at the man, and we were friends when we were little. We've always been in the same class, so we're familiar with each other. We sorta drifted apart when he got his quirk. I mean, he was just so powerful, and I wasn't. It takes him looking at the teacher's surprised expression to realize what he'd just said. He's talking like a kid who never got a quirk. He has a quirk now. Oh no. Izuku's body stiffens up as he hurries to backtrack. He was just better with his quirk, you know? We were on different levels and Kaken's very proud, so he didn't like that. He didn't like me. Anyways, he wasn't very nice to me after that. It carried on through elementary and junior high. I was never really liked, I guess, but it wasn't that bad. So, he's bullied you before this incident? I wouldn't exactly put it like that. Izuku shakes his head sheepishly. That's who he is, sensei. He's always been like that. So it's fine. Really, I don't mind. We grew up together, so if anyone knows Kaken, it's me. You really expect me to just brush this off? Sensei challenged, tone clearly distasteful and disagreeing. He burned your arm in an attack that was far too personal for the simulation battle trials you were doing. His intention was to hurt you, just like when he tried to attack you during the apprehension test. It was reckless, Midoriya. That was behavior that should not be tolerated. There's a subtle anger in Sensei's voice, but it's different from the anger he'd expressed on the first day of the school, or the annoyance. This is a simmering kind of anger. Like he was trying to understand, or perhaps he was trying to make Izuku understand what was wrong with the situation. Maybe he couldn't understand why Izuku didn't understand. Sure. Izuku tries to defuse, shrugging his least injured shoulder as he fiddles with the edge of his sling. Maybe it was a bit personal. But that wasn't all on Kaken. I was a part of it too.
And
We were all a bit reckless yesterday, I think. It was our first time doing anything like that. Kaken was just playing to his strengths. That's just who he is. That's what he knows. He's a bit aggressive, but he's always been like that. He'll make a good hero, he'll be the best, like All Might. I know it, Sensei. That was never the question, Sensei says stiffly, shooting Izuku a skeptical look. My concern right now isn't whether or not Bakugo will make a good hero, it's whether or not a student in my class is safe. Bullying is a serious offense, Midoriya, and Bakugo's quirk is dangerous when used improperly. He had no regard for your safety. Plain and simple. If he was that careless with his quirk when fighting a classmate, history or not, then that's a red flag in my books. Something needs to be done about that, for your safety, as well as the rest of my class. The man is quiet for a long second, like he's stewing on his words, and then, those burns on your arm are serious, and I can't overlook that. I can't overlook his negligence towards his peers, his improper quirk usage, or his overpowered attack on a classmate in a pretend battle exercise. No one should have gotten hurt, and no one else got hurt like you did. It wasn't negligence, Izuku assured loudly, desperately. He could already imagine himself after Kaken was through with him should the Ash Blonde be expelled from Yui because of him. Really, I'm okay. I don't hold anything against him, honest. Kaken didn't do anything too bad, Sensei. It barely even hurt. Please don't, expel him or anything. He worked hard to get here. He deserves to be here. I don't want to be the reason he gets expelled. No one's getting expelled. Not yet, at least. Aizawa-sensei breaths out through his nose, rubbing at his eyes with his thumb and index finger. There is potential in your class. You all have potential, Bakugo included. That much is obvious. If I didn't think you had potential, none of you would be here right now. But, that said, I can't just ignore Bakugo's actions either. That's twice, Midoriya. Twice in 3 days of school where he's tried and succeeded in harming another student. You specifically. That won't fly in my class. But I don't mind. Izuku's sure his voice is barely above a whisper. Well, I do. Aizawa-sensei levels him with a knowing look that makes Izuku want to shrink in on himself. Look, I won't do anything permanent, alright? He'll be getting detention for using his quirk inappropriately as some sort of personal vendetta against you during a training exercise. That's nothing more than school policy for misuse of a quirk. He went too far. I'm sure even you can agree to that. No one's getting expelled, but I can't have a student behaving like that. Not a future hero at this school. Aizawa-sensei looks away for just a second before his gaze is back on Izuku. The man's head tilts just the slightest bit, as if he's trying to observe Izuku from another angle. Izuku's not sure what his teacher finds as he lets out a sigh before continuing. Bakugo has a strong quirk, I can acknowledge that, but because he has a strong quirk, I can't let him carry on like he has been. That would be negligent on my part. I don't doubt he has a bright future here, but that means nothing if he can't treat his classmates with common decency. I'm not going to send a loose cannon hero out into the world. It makes sense, but still, Izuku's floored his teacher is actually trying to resolve their problems. For the first time ever, he's not getting brushed off. His teacher isn't just looking in the other direction and expecting it to resolve itself, or ignoring it until it goes away, until Izuku goes away. Aizawa-sensei had brought this up, not Izuku. A teacher was bringing this up and trying to problem solve. Izuku seriously can't believe it. The green-haired boy feels himself nod slowly, but it's an automatic motion more than anything. Seemingly content with the gesture of agreement, Sensei continues on sternly, but with a certain edge of softness that Izuku would never associate with his exhausted teacher. Now, I'll be looking into a more intensive quirk counseling program for Bakugo, and perhaps sessions with our school guidance counselor Hound Dog. I'd also like you to consider seeing him too. There's obviously some unresolved tension between the two of you, and stuff like that is dangerous to have in this Profession. You don't have to like everyone you work with. That's not what this is about, and it would be illogical to believe the world is ever that simple, but you have to be able to put that aside and be able to work together despite it, or you'll end up a casualty. Aizawa-sensei's tone softens the faintest bit, yet it's still authoritative. You've got to be able to rely on your fellow heroes, and I don't trust either of you to have each other's backs yet. That's a problem. Izuku's head bobs in a scolded nod. As much as he'd like to believe Kaken would save him if he were ever truly in danger, he honestly doesn't know if he would. There's a beat of silence where Izuku doesn't speak. The man looks like he's mulling over his own words, a deep thoughtfulness in his expression. Finally, the man lets out a heavy sigh, suddenly sounding more exhausted than he had before. For now, though, until that's all sorted out, I won't be pairing you two together, or having you face off against one another. I want to limit your interactions with Bakugo, especially in a training setting. This will be the case until I see for myself that Bakugo can handle himself, until I no longer have to question if he'll keep his hand off of you. I don't want to risk another incident like yesterday, if we can help it, alright? Yes, sensei. Izuku chews on his bottom lip, burnt arms suddenly throbbing at the reminder. There's a weird feeling in his chest that this man, a teacher, is putting this much effort into protecting him, into keeping Izuku away from Kaken. None of his teachers had ever really cared Bakugo was strong and powerful, the one who actually had a legit shot at become a pro hero, and Izuku was the quirkless kid. They came from different worlds despite only living a couple streets apart. I also, Sensei's voice breaks Izuku from his thoughts, while I've got you here, would like to formally apologize. Izuku freezes, head snapping up as wide eyes catch Aizawa-sensei's waiting ones.
Hang on.
Aizawa-sensei was apologizing. To him? When the man's certain he has Izuku's attention, he continues, yesterday should not have happened. All Might let that battle exercise go too far, and because of that, you spent the afternoon with Recovery Girl and missed your classes. I apologize for not being there to step in, and I apologize on behalf of All Might for his carelessness as your teacher. He should have protected you from harm. That's what we're supposed to do, as the adults guiding you. I assure you that we will learn from this mishap. In addition to the words, Aizawa-sensei bows his head forwards formally. Izuku has never felt more mortified. It's alright, he gasps out hurriedly. Really, sensei, it's okay. I mean, ours was the only battle that really got out of hand, and that was because of Kaken and I, so please don't apologize to me. I feel like I learned a lot from it anyways. And if anyone should be sorry, it's me, so, I'm sorry for causing so much trouble and wasting so much or your, All Might's, and Recovery Girl's time. Sensei opens his mouth, probably to reply, but nothing comes out. The man's teeth click audibly as his jaw snaps shut, before he leans back against his chair and lets out a tired-sounding sigh as his thumb and index finger come raised to message at his eyes. After a second, the man's hand lowers to press against his mouth, regarding Izuku in exasperation. You really are going to be a problem child, aren't you? I'm not sure I understand, sensei. Forget it. The man flaps a dismissive hand. Izuku gets a feeling the words had been spoken more to himself than to Izuku. He still doesn't know what it means, though. Recovery Girl should be getting in soon, so it would be wise to make your way down to her office, Sensei suggests as he tugs his sleeping bag out from under his desk. I doubt your plan will work at this point, but give it a try. I have a feeling she's not going to let you go willingly. Come see me after class if you get held back with her this morning, and I will help you catch up on everything you've missed due to this incident. This is a one-time offer, because this injury isn't entirely your fault, so don't make me regret it. We'll have ourselves a problem if you make this a habit. That's a kind offer, Izuku can't help but think. Maybe this guy isn't really as scary as Izuku thought. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bows his head as he stands. Izuku gets a gruff hum as the man steps into the sleeping bag and starts to tug it up. Izuku suspects him being in the classroom when the man got to school this morning had inconvenienced and distracted the man from a before-school nap. Oboro had mentioned the man slept every chance he got, hadn't he? Izuku can't help but crack a smile as he steps towards the door. Tired after your patrol last night, Aizawa-sensei? Yee, The man's jaw snapped shut mid-word, head jerking around to look at Midoriya, who was stood like a deer caught in the headlights of a car at the man's surprising reaction. "How did you know I went on patrol last night?" "Oh, I assumed." Midoriya's voice raises anxiously, backing away towards the door. Sorry, sensei, well, you're an underground hero, right? And underground heroes, tend to patrol at night because that's when the most activity is, and, why, you know what? I'm gonna go see Recovery Girlson yet. The kid's gone before Shota can even begin unravel the sentence he'd blurted out before fleeing the classroom. The man stares at the door for a long second, blinks once, then twice, before finally drawing his gaze away. The dark-haired man tugs his sleeping bag up over his head until just his face is peeking out, then sinks to the ground for a quick nap before classes start, and he has to be awake and responsible and actually teach. How tiresome. Still, as he lets himself doze, he can't help but think that was
weird.
I don't see the problem here. Izuku turns slowly to face his ghost friend, unsure what the ghost doesn't get about this, only to meet a furrowed brow and confused blue eyes. It's lunch hour now, and Izuku had only just been released from the old lady's grasp. He'd spent the entire morning in the infirmary at Recovery Girl's insistence, had had 2 separate healing sessions to clear up the splintered mess of bones from his use of One for All, as well as the deep burns covering his forearm, but sadly, not even she could kiss away all of the damage done by Kaken's quirk. It was still a little tender and there would be some scaring, but Izuku was getting used to that at this point. Recovery Girl was good, her quirk amazing, but at the end of the day, she was no miracle worker. And burns were tricky, as she kept telling him. Honestly, they looked a lot better than they had, so Izuku's happy with the results. Despite it just now being lunchtime, Izuku hadn't really felt hungry when he's left the infirmary. Recovery Girl had force-fed him enough nutrient gummies to satisfy a small army, so he felt full. And a little sick, honestly. Oboro had found Izuku in the halls when he'd been on his way to meet up with Uraraka and Ida, since he didn't really know where the ghost was during the school day, or what he got up to when he wasn't by Izuku's side. The ghost had managed to talk Izuku into finding somewhere secluded for them to hang out, which was perfect because Izuku really wasn't in the mood for the noise and liveliness of the cafeteria. And he didn't want anyone on his case about not eating, which he's sure Ida and Uraraka would both be worried about, as much as he loved his new friends. He'd actually been looking forward to having a conversation with the ghost. He needed someone to rant to, someone who he was sure wouldn't tell anyone what he said because, well, Oboro was a ghost who only Izuku could see and talk to, which led the two of them to the outskirts of campus, blocked in by trees, and where no one could see them. They settled facing away from the school, backs pressed up against a thick tree trunk that hid them pretty well from the view of the school. Izuku likes the seclusion of it, likes the thought that he can talk openly to the ghost and not have to worry about being caught or facing any repercussions of looking like a weirdo. How can you not see a problem? Izuku demands, as if Oboro hadn't understood the words themselves. He's getting detention. Because of me. Aizawa-sensei is giving Kaken detention. And he's looking into more intense quirk counseling and guidance counseling, which Kaken is going to hate. You seriously don't see a problem? It's Kaken we're talking about. Isn't that, a good thing? The ghost looks very unsure. He targeted you. He was aiming to hurt you. He did hurt you. Oboro gestures to Izuku's forearm where Recovery Girl had wrapped up the lingering burn with fresh bandages. Why are you so upset he's getting consequences for that? He should. He's behaving like a bully. He's being a bully. Heroes aren't supposed to use their quirks like that. He was playing a villain, Izuku defends, squinting at the ghost. It's the wrong thing to say, Izuku realizes just a second too late. The ghost's face screws up in disbelief, eyes narrowing sharply on Izuku. Yeah, playing a villain, not being one. The ghost blows out a breath, like he's trying to calm himself, then frowns at Izuku. Look, even if he was supposed to play the part of a villain, he still took it too far. It was an exercise, Izuku, it was pretend, and you got hurt. I mean, Glasses was a villain too, and he didn't actively try to harm the hero team. And once again, to reiterate, it was a training exercise. No one should have gotten hurt at all. His name is Ida, Izuku corrects with a sigh. Not glasses. Wait, no way. That was Ida? Really? Oboro cuts the younger boy off, eyes shining with excitement. Like, Ingenium's little brother? I think so. Izuku shrugs, shooting the ghost a confused look. Why? What a small world. I know his older brother. The ghost beams for a second before the look melts away to a slightly defeated frown as he leans back against the tree trunk. Or, I used to, I guess? Man though, he's gotten so tall. I haven't seen him in ages. I forgot the kid was old enough to start at Yui. What a surprise. I definitely should have put 2 and 2 together. Anyways, that's beside the point.
Continue.
Try to prove that a-hole's case to me, Aizachan. Well. Izuku's brow furrows, trying to remember where his train of thought had been going before Oboro derailed it. They have completely different personalities. Like Ida cares too much about a lot of stuff that most people don't, you know? And Kaken. Kaken doesn't. Well, care enough, I guess? That's not to say he doesn't care at all. I mean, he's got his own agenda and okay, fine, he doesn't always do things the right way, I guess, but he'll still be a good hero. And Ida will too. They're different people. They learn different ways and process situations differently. They do different things. One's a bully and one's not, you mean? No. Izuku seriously wants to tug at his own hair. Okay, fine, I'll admit it. Kaken hadn't always been the nicest to me. I know that. But it's okay. Seriously. He's always been like that, since we were little kids. Even before he got his quirk. It's how he was raised, honestly. He's just like Andy, just with a bit more. Burning rage? Oboro suggests offhandedly, one leg crossing over the other. Hate? Bad attitude? Inability to be a decent human being? No. Izuku snaps with a sigh. Pride was the word I was going for. Kaken is proud. That's who he is. Oboro rolls his eyes, shaking his head. Okay, fine. But I still don't get why you're defending him to hard the guy needs to face consequences. For his actions. You've admitted what he did was wrong, in a roundabout way, and if he'd done it to literally anyone else, I doubt you'd be acting like this. So, why are you so defensive over this? I mean, I told you Shoto would prove himself to you, and he's trying. He's trying to do the right thing for you. For Bakugo. He's trying to keep you safe, isn't he? Why is that a problem? That's another thing. Izuku points an accusatory finger at Oboro, even if it's not really meant for the ghost. Izuku needs to vent, because he doesn't understand. Oboro doesn't seem to take his tone as any actual threat, judging by how the ghost waggishly arches an eyebrow. What is his angle here? Why is he doing it? Doing what? Oboro asks in exasperation, finally trying to swat Izuku's finger away from his chest. As they'd both expected, the ghost phases right through Izuku's hand, but the living teenager gets the message nonetheless, letting his hand fall into his lap. He doesn't have an angle, dude. Then why is he being nice? Izuku squints accusingly. Why is he acting like he cares? What does it matter what Kaken does to me? No one cares. But he stopped it. He stopped Kaken during the apprehension test, and he apologized for not being there to stop the fight yesterday. Why? What do you mean why? Oboro stares at him in disbelief for a long second. Of course he cares what happens to you. You're his student. You're literally his responsibility. And even if you weren't, he'd still care that someone was bullying you. Anyone who's seen you and Bakugo in a room together, like even for just a second, will be able to see that whatever you two have going on isn't healthy.
He's an a-hole to you.
Shota definitely noticed. The ghost's head settles back against the base of the tree, no longer looking at Izuku. I told you he's secretly a softie, remember? He'll never admit it, but he's already got a soft spot for you guys. He doesn't want to see you kids get hurt, any of you. You included, dude. But why? Izuku tried to keep his voice stern and demanding, but he thinks it comes out more like a pitiful whine. I don't get it. Why is this so hard for you to comprehend? Oboro asks quietly, and it's not accusing, or mean, he just sounds confused. He's a good teacher, and he's been teaching for years. He knows bullying when he sees it. He gets you what you're going through. He wants to keep you safe. What's wrong with that? Teachers just don't do that. Izuku's voice comes out quieter than he'd expected it as he admits it. Not to people like me. Not to. Oboro swallows, head angling towards Izuku. I don't know what that means, Izuku. I'm not worth it, the younger tells him simply, glaring down at his shoes. His red shoes. The only shoes that properly fit his stupid feet. I was never worth it, Izuku continues before the ghost can so much as open his mouth. No one wanted to stand up for me. No one even cared enough to stand up. For me. No one thought to help. No one wanted to be friends with someone like me. My classmates avoided me or picked on me. They made going to school hell. And teachers just looked the other way, because that's what they do. They pretend they don't see it.
It's easier for them that way.
I didn't matter when they could take the easy way out. No one wants to deal with the quirkless kid. There's a beat of suffocating silence, which Oboro breaks with a deep, shaky breath. Wait. The ghost wheezes the words out, his tone colored with. Izuku isn't even sure. Too many emotions for Izuku to pick apart. Oboro's hand comes up to phase through Izuku's wrist, like the ghost had thoughtlessly gone to grab his arm, forgetting that physically couldn't touch a living person. There's a silent demand for Izuku to actually look at him in the action, but for a moment, all Izuku really does is look over at his friend, ready to snap at the other boy for ghosting him. The ghost had said countless times that he hates the feeling of passing through a living being. Except, before Izuku can force out the scolding, he catches the look on his friend's face and stops himself. Oboro looks so serious. There's a mix of disbelief, uncertainty, anxiousness, and utter confusion in the ghost's expression. Izuku's never seen Oboro look like this. He's not sure he'd seen anyone's expression twist up like this. Izuku's lips press into a straight line as he racks his brain for what he possibly could have said to warrant such a reaction from his friend, but he doesn't have to dwell on it long as Oboro treks on shakily, voice thick like he's trying to swallow something bitter. Back up for a sec.
You
are quirkless? What does that even mean? How is that even possible?
Oh
no. Had he really said that? Had he seriously outed himself to Oboro right then and there? He hadn't even thought about what he was saying, too overwhelmed by bottled-up emotions and concerns. It had all just slipped out, like an avalanche of feelings. Izuku's not used to being able to talk so freely. He never gets to talk too openly, without fearing he'll mess up somehow. That there's be consequences. He had meant to let such a sensitive secret slip past. God, he's such an idiot. But Oboro's voice quivers, like he can't comprehend this. Izuku knows it's a lot. You have a quirk. I saw you use your quirk. You busted your finger throwing the softball on the first day of school. You took out the 0-pointer during the exam. You blew out like 4 floors of a building during your battle trials.
I
watched the footage. How can you be quirkless with a quirk like that? You have so much power. This is a very sensitive situation. He'd said too much, had gotten carried away with his emotions, and had forgotten that it wasn't common knowledge that he grew up quirkless. All the talk about Kaken had lulled him into a false sense of security, because Kaken knew. Kaken knew. Izuku when he was little, Kaken was there when Izuku never manifested a quirk. It was a guarded secret he kept close to his chest, and even if the one person who did know the truth about him, Kaken himself, ever tried to tell others, which he kinda had, no one would truly believe him because Izuku does have a quirk. Now, at least. He's quiet for a second too long, distracted by his thoughts until something cold passes through his wrist. Izuku jolts at the chill, looking down to watch Oboro's hand phases through his wrist in a way that Izuku thinks it might have been a persistent tap, 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 had the ghost had any physical mass. Seriously. Oboro finally seems to find his voice. What the hell do you mean, Izuku? I was born quirkless. Izuku doesn't so much as look over at the ghost, doesn't want to see the look on his friend's face. He supposes he owes the ghost that much, an explanation after everything, and honestly, who is the ghost going to tell? It's not like he even has the ability to blab Izuku's secret if he wanted to, not that Izuku thinks the kind ghost ever would. The worst thing that could come from this would be his new friend dumping him like every other person he's ever told after being medically diagnosed quirkless, which would definitely hurt, of course, but still. I didn't get a quirk when I was little. I was diagnosed quirkless, actually. I've got the pinky toe joint and everything. Izuku's gaze is on his lap. Words quiet. I've been quirkless my whole life. Nothing but a quirkless Deku. That's what they called me in school. That's why we stopped being friends, Kaken and I. He was powerful, a star destined for a bright future, and I was a weak Deku. If you were, then how did?
Weird.
What? The ghost must be very disoriented, considering he can barely form sentences. It might have even been funny if Izuku's heart wasn't racing with nerves. Was he really about to tell the ghost all of this? Would you believe me if I told you it was possible to pass on a quirk? Izuku bites hard at his bottom lip, refusing to meet the ghost's gaze, despite the feeling of eyes on him.
That
there was a quirk out there that you could inherit directly from someone else. Oboro looks away from Izuku, squeezes his eyes shut for a moment before he's looking back at the green-haired teenager with nervous anticipation. The silence drags on for a second, the ghost staring thoughtfully, processing, before the blue-haired boy blows out a slow, self-soothing breath. Under normal circumstances?
No.
Definitely not.
But
as a ghost who you're currently talking to as a living, breathing, alive person that I could be persuaded. The ghost mutters not a single word as Izuku tells him the story of inheriting one for all. It strikes Izuku as odd, considering Oboro is usually pretty quick to add his 2 cents in any given situation, so to have the ghost lulled into silence, listening without interrupting, is strange. The ghost doesn't offer any jokes, nor any sarcastic comments like Izuku's come to expect from the other. In fact, Izuku's not even entirely sure the ghost is even breathing, which would be a concern if ghosts actually needed to breathe. Izuku just takes the ghost's silence as a sign to continue, pouring it all out to the ghost. The first person he's ever truly breathed the words to. Besides, well, Kaken, who he tried to tell yesterday after school, but he doesn't count because he didn't actually believe Izuku. It actually comes pretty second nature, despite how confidential this secret truly is. It's relieving to get this off his chest. He hadn't known how much keeping it all to himself, keeping it all bottled up, had truly been affecting him. All Might expected complete secrecy regarding the quirk, but surely there's nothing wrong with a ghost knowing, right? Izuku likes the fact that someone else knows now. He likes the fact that there's someone he can talk to who isn't All Might himself. The boy lets himself talk without bothering to filter his words, without that background worry of oversharing or messing things up, and it's freeing. He tells the ghost of his surprise first meeting with All Might, the shock of being rescued from the sludge villain by the pro, the fear and relief he'd felt between almost dying and his rescue. The ghost's head tilts in interest as he silently listens. There's a curl of recognition in the other's expression, so there's a chance he'd heard of said villain at some point. He'd probably seen it on the news, or something. The sludge guy was pretty memorable, pretty unique, pretty gross. Not easy to forget. Plus, the story had blown up on the news and other media outlets, specifically after Kaken had been attacked and held hostage. Izuku and All Might are the only ones who know that he'd been attacked first, so it's nice to have someone else who knows. The boy raves on excitedly about the autograph he's gotten from All Might, the signature scrawled in the page of an old waterlogged and charred notebook, but still one of his prized possessions despite it. It was All Might's signature, after all. A signature formed the man he'd looked up to since he was a child, his literal hero. That was special. He mentions Kaken briefly, not wanting to add any more fuel to that raging fire, but it is a rather crucial detail too. Kaken played a big role in the events that day. Izuku makes sure to leave out the grisly details, doesn't exactly paint his childhood friend as a good guy or as a bad guy. Izuku tries to keep Kaken impartial, even in the story, but he's not sure he succeeds. It might have worked when talking to anyone else, but Oboro has met Kaken. Doesn't particularly like him. The ghost isn't an idiot. Izuku really tries to keep Kaken's involvement brief, but even he knows that no matter how he spins this, Oboro will be able to read between the lines. And the ghost does exactly that if the sad, sympathetic curl to his brow is any indication. Izuku can tell his friend has a general idea of how that incident had gone for the quirkless kid, even without Izuku going into any detail. Maybe there's more emotion in his voice than Izuku thought as he thinks about that day. Everything Kaken had said, everything Kaken had done. The tightness in his chest as those words had registered in his brain, suffocating him. Izuku doesn't like to remember the malicious snarl in Kaken's voice. He also gives very little detail about his time up on the rooftop of that building with All Might, forcing as much indifference into his voice as he could as he tells the ghost about how All Might had left him up there after telling him he couldn't be a hero if he didn't have a quirk. His voice breaks, he knows it, but the man had literally stomped Izuku's dream of becoming a hero under the heel of his shoe. It had been tough. Even now, it makes his chest feels heavy. After skirting around All Might and Kaken both, Izuku tells the ghost exactly how he'd finally caught the #1 pro hero's attention. He spares no detail when he tells Oboro of stumbling upon Kaken being attacked by the same sludge villain who'd tried to take him hostage earlier that day. Hearing the commotion of another attack when he'd been walking home after talking with All Might and having to think on his feet because no one else was doing anything to help. How pro heroes had stood by and watched a teenager suffocate at the hands of a villain. How Izuku had been the only one to do anything. The ghost lets out a weird squawking sound when he tells him that he'd been the idiot kid who'd rushed headfirst into danger, wielding nothing but his backpack in an attempt to rescue his childhood friend. The ghost sputters, but Izuku bulldozes on, not giving the other teen a chance to get a word in about how dangerous that had been, because Izuku knows. He'd gotten that lecture from the pros on scene. Izuku talks of meeting his childhood hero for the second time that fateful day, talks of being offered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Izuku tells the ghost how hard he'd worked for the chance to inherit something like One for All from someone like All Might. How he'd worked himself to the bone, spending hours upon hours at Dagoba Beach clearing away the refuse and litter in an attempt to prove himself, to get himself to a point where he could accept the quirk without losing his limbs. How hard he'd fought to keep up with his studies while still training enough to keep the #1 hero satisfied with his progress. How he struggled to keep himself afloat managing a rigorous training routine, keeping his grades up, getting enough sleep, and still finding the time to follow a meal plan. And lastly, he talks of finally getting that quirk. All his hard work paying off on the day of the entrance exam. Using One for All for the first time, feeling sheer power ripping through his body like a wildfire. By the time he's finished, Izuku thinks he's talked more than since before he'd gotten his quirkless diagnosis. It feels good. It's like a weight had lifted off his shoulders, like he can finally breathe again for the first time since he'd met All Might all those months ago. Someone else knew. He wasn't completely isolated with this mind-blowing, potentially dangerous, extremely confidential secret any longer. Someone knows. Izuku can't help but think it's a little ridiculous that he only now has someone he can talk to, and not even that, but the someone he's finally pouring his heart out to is a ghost he'd met 3 days ago. He'd been handling it all alone. He didn't have anyone to talk to. Trust doesn't come easy to someone like Izuku, but for some reason, Izuku really trusts Oboro. Maybe it's the fact the ghost can't tell anyone else, yet he's still entirely real. He counts as someone, even if it's only to Izuku now. They're both quiet when Izuku's narrative comes to an end, silence bleeding between them. Izuku said all he's going to, all he's willing to, just enough so Oboro understands where he's coming from. He's explained himself. That's all he'd planned to do. So hopefully the ghost will understand why this is hard for Izuku, why he can't just trust that someone has good intentions like the ghost expects. He needs the ghost to acknowledge why Izuku is distrustful of authority figures, of teachers, and why he takes kindness offered to him with a grain of salt and suspicion. He hadn't explicitly told the ghost anything, but he seems clever. Izuku's sure he'll put 2 and 2 together on his own. Oboro knows the whole story, knows far more than anyone else Izuku knows, so hopefully the ghost will understand. Izuku finally lets his head pee in the other's direction, a little surprised he's still quiet. The ghost isn't looking at him, his own gaze fixed on something off in the distance. It's a thoughtful look. Oboro's knees are tugged up, arms hugging them to his chest with his chin settled on his kneecap. The small of his back is slack against the tree, but the upper part of his body caves in over his legs. He doesn't move. Izuku glances a look back over his shoulder towards the school, seeing the few students who'd come outside over the break heading back inside. That must mean lunch period is almost over. He should definitely be getting back to classes. He's pretty sure Aizawa-sensei will maim him if he finds out Izuku's skipping classes and not with Recovery Girl. It already feels like he's already walking a thin line with his teacher, having caused so many issues in just 3 days of classes. Being late now would just be the icing on the cake. Still, it feels wrong to just leave the ghost while he's obviously trying to process everything. Izuku sympathizes for him. Honestly, he'd struggled to comprehend all this too, and it had happened to him. Learning about the ability to inherit a quirk in such an impossible way truly sounds like something of dreams. It's really shift your views on the world they live in. Just when you think you know what you're up against, you come to find out there's a quirk like one for all out there. Izuku hesitates at the ghost's side for a couple more minutes, worrying his bottom lip between his teeth as time passes. Oboro. Izuku breaks the silence. The ghost doesn't really stir. Izuku thinks, briefly, after reaching over to touch the ghost, but he doesn't want to make him uncomfortable or cause discomfort, so he keeps his hands to himself. Even though the ghost doesn't look over, his brow does furrow faintly, so Izuku hopes he'd heard him at least. Hey, I've got to head back in now. I can't miss any more of Aizawa-sensei's classes, okay? The ghost turns to regard him as he processes the words, though he remains quiet. Oboro's head PPS faintly to the side, studying Izuku. Izuku tries not to squirm as the ghost watches him. He's never felt quite as observed as he does right now, and he'd been the centerpiece of many doctors' focus. It's different this time, but it's no less comfortable. Oboro knows far more about him now than any other human being, which makes his gaze feel more intense. Izuku tries not to let it bother him. The boy stands, stretching out his legs. He turns to the school, takes a single step forwards before looking back at his friend. The ghost makes no move to follow. Izuku hesitates. You coming or? Oboro blinks up at him owlishly, then waves a dismissive hand in his direction. Izuku frowns as the ghost's gaze drops to his own shoes. He wishes he had the time to stay here with the ghost, to pick the other boy apart like he wants to, or maybe he even wishes he could tug the ghost up and along like he would with any of his living friends, but he can neither of those things. And if he stays here any longer, he's going to be late. It's not like he can run to class with his injuries, exhaustion, and low stamina. Izuku bites hard at his lip, looking between Oboro and the school behind him. All right. Well, you know where to find me, right? I've got to go. A faint duck of the ghost's head is all the response Izuku get, but it's also all he really needs. At least he'd gotten some sort of answer. Doesn't feel as bad leaving Oboro now. He clearly just want a moment himself to process, so Izuku will let him have that. Izuku gives the ghost one last look before he finally leaves towards the school. He just barely manages to make it to his desk before the bell rings. And yet, he can't really focus on the lesson as his thoughts keep straying to the ghost. He hopes Oboro is okay out there. He'd feel bad if he fried his new friend's brains so early into their friendship. All might left you on the rooftop of a building after tearing your hopes and dreams of being a quirkless hero to shreds in front of you. Izuku startles at the sudden voice behind him, fumbling his phone in an attempt to not throw it in surprise. He lets his attention lull back, blinking slowly at the ghost starting down at him with a blank expression. "Da what? You could have jumped off that building right then. You could have. You." Izuku gives himself half a second to process that. The sudden presence behind him when he was just alone in the apartment a second ago, and the ghost's complete lack of manners. What? No hello before scaring the shit out of him. Fine, that's cool. Izuku tries not to let the surprise of suddenly having company show on his face as he regards the ghost blankly. Frankly, his parting words of, "You know where to find me," from that afternoon could have also been viewed as an invite to find Izuku whenever he fancied, even if Izuku had only meant the offer during school hours, where he typically saw the ghost. But Oboro hadn't shown up at the school for the rest of the afternoon. He hadn't seen the ghost since he'd left him in the schoolyard at lunch. The ghost hadn't come to Aizawa-sensei's classes, or to the after-school help his homeroom teacher had been kind enough to offer. He hadn't even seen Oboro when he'd detoured to the edges of campus where they'd talked when he'd left the school, almost missing his train because of it. Izuku assumed he just needed time to process, so he hadn't expected to see the ghost again until tomorrow at the earliest. He's rightfully surprised now. He supposes he shouldn't be too surprised though. It's not like the ghost had stalked him or something, showing up in a spooky or mysterious way that would creep him out. Izuku had literally brought the ghost home just yesterday, so it's not that weird he'd been able to find his way here alone now. That one's on him, honestly. If you don't want ghosts around, you typically don't show them where you live. He's never brought a ghost home, and they've never just followed. It's a good thing he likes Oboro. The green-haired teen decides to just accept this as normal, even if it's very far from normal. Nothing about his life is normal. Yeah, Izuku gives an affirming nod, seeing no reason to lie to the ghost at this point. It's true. There's weight to Oboro's words because it's an actual valid worry for the ghost to have after knowing everything. Izuku would be a liar if he said he hadn't thought about it, even if just for a split second. The thought had already been in his head from Kaken, and All Might telling him no, as nice and probably true as it had been, had shattered what little hope he had left. There's not many responses to your hero crushing everything you've ever wanted in life to smithereens before your very eyes. But I didn't. The words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Izuku arches an eyebrow in question as the ghost finally steps into the room, phasing right through the couch Izuku sits on as he goes. For a long second, Izuku just watches the ghost pace. A quick pace line, back and forth, in front of the couch. Izuku's not sure if he's really paying attention to where he's strutting, considering each line takes him directly through the coffee table in his path. The ghost doesn't seem to mind, or even acknowledge it, so Izuku doesn't bring it up. Izuku lets himself watch until a wave of motion sickness dizziness crashes over him. Izuku bites hard at the inside of his cheek to settle the churn of his stomach, shaking his head. He pins his attention across the room, only seeing the ghost moving in his peripheral vision as he slowly adds, and then he also gave me one for all right after, so I think they kind of cancel each other out, you know? The ghost freezes, directly in the coffee table, where he shoots Izuku an appalled look. After you almost died, like multiple times. After they all those pro-heroes just stood by and watched a kid suffer at the hands of a villain. You, a junior high student, who just had his world shatter before you by the person you looked up to the most, were the only one to try and help. No offense, by the way, just, I can't wrap my head around that. Wow. All Might helped. Izuku shrugs, setting his phone on the couch cushion beside him as he straightens up. This seems like a serious conversation, so he'll treat it as such for Oboro's sake. Honestly, if he hadn't stepped in, Kaken and I would have both probably died that day. Don't defend him. Oboro snaps, glaring daggers, and don't make excuses for him. He's a grown-but man, a hero. It's his job to step in. Izuku blinks at the malice in Oboro's tone, but he doesn't take it to heart, not when the ghost turns on his heels to continue his anxious pacing. Izuku's eyes follow the ghost through another line or two, Oboro's jaw clenched and eyes narrowed. Izuku quirks his head faintly, scans the ghost's face. And there, under the anger, is fear. Terror. Izuku frowns to himself. None of them helped. They stood around like useless tools while two kids almost died. Oboro continues, voice a low disbelieving snarl. They stood back and watched, waited for someone bigger, or better, or stronger to step in and do their job. What a joke. All they cared about was themselves. There was a crowd of heroes there, and not one of them tried to help. You were the only one who tried. They stood by idly, as two kids almost died. But we didn't die, Izuku reminds softly, unsure where all this hate is really coming from. He's never seen Oboro like this before, but then again, he has only known him for 3 days. The ghost is very passionate about this, very upset for Izuku's sake over something that happened nearly an entire year ago. All Might did show up. He stepped in. He rescued us, and then he found me and offered me one for all. He made my dreams come true. Only after he took a sledgehammer to them. The ghost retorts fiercely. Izuku can't help but feel like this is a bit of a one-sided argument at this point, like nothing he says will do anything to deter the ghost's frame of mind. Oboro had made up his own mind after stewing on everything he knew. He'd clearly been thinking long and hard about this since Izuku had told him that afternoon. Izuku's jaw snaps shut as his gaze follows the ghost. Oboro's steps finally slow to a stop, tone softening too, as if he's realized there's nothing he can do about this. I can't believe this. I can't believe him. All Might. There was literally no thought behind this. I mean, you could have died, Izuku. What if that quirk really had been too powerful for your body? What if it really had blown off your limbs? Or what if you'd accidentally used it on someone else and they got hurt? Not even to mention the fact that every time you've used it, it destroys your body. He put you in danger. Defensiveness claws at Izuku's stomach. I'm learning, Oboro. It feels like the ghost is trying to talk him out of something that's already happened. It's a lost cause. One for All had literally already melded with his DNA. He's not going to give it back just because a ghost doesn't like it. I know. The ghost's jaw snaps shut, apologetic eyes flicking to Izuku as he turns to face him. That's not what I meant. I'm not blaming you. I mean, I don't think it was wise to take a quirk like that, of course, but I get why you did. I probably would have too. And you're doing spectacular with the quirk, all things considered. Really? You're a marvel, dude. You're learning what's taken most people years to pick up in just weeks. The ghost groans petulantly to himself. I'm mad, okay? I'm mad at All Might for how he went about this. Shows always said the guy has one brain cell, and I'm finally starting to see where he's coming from. That's a bit harsh. That's completely reasonable. Oboro corrects before Izuku can even get the words out. Despite the words, there's a lightness in his tone. Maybe he's finally starting to come down from his cloud of anger. Seriously though, he went about this all wrong. And the fact he's just let you flounder with it alone for the most part. I hate it. He's let it break you, and done next to nothing to really help. You've practically been learning to have a quirk on your own, no quirk counseling, no real training, no extra help. It's bullshit. Izuku opens his mouth to interject, but Oboro shoots him a dark look. And no, Izuku. The ghost shuts him down, as if he'd read Izuku's mind, before he can so much as get a word in. A friendly word of advice from All Might here, and there does not count as help. Izuku narrows his eyes on the ghost. I've been learning it just fine. Izuku sighs, already tired of the conversation. I can compartmentalize it now, so it doesn't shatter my arm or legs. But it does still hurt you, wherever you compartmentalize it. That Izuku sputters, trying to find a defense, but coming up short.
He's right.
The boy shoots the ghost a sideways glare anyways. That's beside the point. I can still compartmentalize. I couldn't before. That's an improvement. Sensei gave me that ultimatum, and I managed to throw the softball without major injury. I was still able to compete, even hurt. I knew nothing before, Oboro. You don't get it. All Might. He's still learning how to teach, but he's helping me. He does help. Maybe so. The ghost relents, beelining through the coffee table to plop down on the couch beside Izuku, but it's not enough. Sure, he's trying. I'll give him that, but he's not really helping you. You should have been placed in quirk counseling as soon as you got that power. Just like when a child's quirk finally comes in, that's always the first step. You didn't have a quirk before, you had no idea what was going on or what to do with it, and All Might didn't help. He should have been the adult. He should have ensured you had what you needed before sending you into the exam. Maybe you wouldn't have broken 3 limbs then. It's a secret, is Izuku's last defense. That's a weak excuse. Oboro looks away from Izuku. Actually, it's a pretty D move on All Might's part. Giving a kid who had no prior experience with a quirk an extremely powerful one, then offering minimal assistance in learning it, and telling the kid he can't go to anyone else for help because it's a secret. He isolated you from everything from help, and the potential to actually learn how to use the quirk without hurting yourself to the lengths you have been in the process. Izuku wants to refute. To defend, he truly does. All Might had graciously offered him a gift he'd only ever dreamed of having. He'd been given a quirk, a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and Izuku had jumped on the offer without a second thought. But He can't say he never felt isolated because of it. He'd been walking on eggshells because he's this quirkless kid who suddenly had a quirk. He'd gone from the bottom of the social pyramid to the very top in a matter of seconds. He'd made it into one of the most well-known and praised schools in all of Japan, into one of the hardest classes to be accepted into, and that's because of everything All Might had done for him. But he hadn't been able to tell anyone. He'd been forced to sit on the secret. And he'd thought about what would have happened if he'd gotten this quirk in childhood like everyone else. There's no question that he would have instantly been placed in quirk counseling, probably intense counseling at that. They would have showed him how to control it, how to use it without shattering his bones. One for All is strong, it's powerful, but it's definitely not the first quirk to harm the holder. There are people out there who've been in Izuku's place to come capacity, people who can teach him from their own experience. All Might simply hadn't inherited the quirk in the same way Izuku had. He'd said as much. Izuku remembers Kaken talking about his own quirk counseling when they'd been children, how all their classmates had in turn raved about their own counseling, and all they'd learned too. It helped. It truly did, but Izuku hadn't had the option. He'd never personally experienced it. There was no need for quirk counseling for a quirkless kid, and now, he'd look pretty dumb in a counseling session about harnessing powers that's usually taught to grade schoolers when their quirks first come in. The need to defend drains out of Izuku almost as fast as it had simmered up in the first place. He's tired. Izuku lets his body flop back against the couch, regarding the ghost with an unimpressed look. Well, it's already done. What do you expect me to do about it? What even is there to do about it at this point? Tell Shota. The response comes easily, as if it's the most natural thing. As if that, in and of itself, is easy. Tell someone who's not a ghost what he'd told the ghost. Tell someone who can actually help in his journey towards understand his damaging quirk. It sounds right, it sounds easy enough, but for some reason a shot of fear climbs up his spine. It's not my secret to tell. Izuku huffs abruptly, masking the fear settling in his chest. I won't betray All Might by telling my sensei. That's the stupidest thing I've heard, I said. Oboro returned harshly, but it was more annoyance than any real heat. It became your secret when he handed over a quirk that he knew was going to hurt you. It was wrong of him to make you keep it a secret for his sake in the first place. I mean, look at you. You've had it for, what, a month too? Izuku's brow furrows. Just over 2 weeks. You've got to be kidding me. Oboro wheezes in surprise, mouth gaping open. That's even worse. The annoyance is back as Izuku's arms cross tightly over his chest in exasperation. Was there a point to this? Oboro opens his mouth to respond, bites his lip thoughtfully before nodding. Yes, there was. Sorry, distracted. You've had this quirk for just over 2 weeks, and you've already broken at least 70% of your body on multiple occasions. That's not good, Izuku. There are people who can help with that. They may not know One for All, but they do know quirks. And Sensei's one of them? Yeah. Oboro looks unimpressed as he matched Izuku's defensiveness. Of course he is. He's been a teacher for a long time now. He's worked with difficult quirks. I mean, his own quirk isn't a walk in the park to master, and look at how well he uses that. There is a reason he's teaching one. Shota's the kind of person not afraid to do what's got to be done, even if it's hard. If he knew you'd only had your quirk for so many weeks leading up, he would have taken that into account. He's not some monster, dude. Izuku simply shoots the ghost a disbelieving look. The older boy huffs out a heavy sigh. I keep telling you he's a good guy, but you never believe it. And I get it. You don't have a good track record with teachers, but the Yui staff are different. Shota's different. He's rough around the edges, I'll admit that, but you'll never meet a person who cares as much as he does. He's already in your corner, and you've only known him for 3 days. Maybe he was good to you, but he threatened to expel me, almost did expel me. Yeah, maybe, but he didn't know. Oboro stresses the word, as if he really believes it would make a difference. I'll let you in on a little secret. He was going to expel the person in last place. He does the same thing every year. His intention on that first day was to pick out the weakest link and send them packing as a reality check. But he didn't. He saw potential in you. He told you what he thought before you even used your quirk, and I'll admit, he could have been a bit nicer, but you proved him wrong. Izuku can only stare at the ghost. chest heavy with both relief as well as a nauseating wave of anxiety at the thought that he really could have been expelled. Aizawa-sensei had said he was being deceptive, but he truly was going to expel the student with the least potential, according to Oboro. Izuku had had his suspicions, but it made him sick to the stomach to have those suspicions confirmed. He really could have lost everything that day. Holy shit. Don't look at me like that. Oboro's frowning when Izuku's gaze drags towards him. I'm only telling you this so you understand, okay? If he was going to expel you, he would've. If he was going to expel the class, he would've. This is the first time in, I don't know, since he started at Yui, that he hasn't expelled anyone. And that's because you showed him you were destined to be a hero, even if you didn't fully have a grasp on your quirk. Izuku can't force himself to say anything, can't even figure out what to say to something like that. Actually, he's not even sure he really remember how to move his mouth or make his vocal cords work as he tried to shove down the dread in his chest. He wants to say things. He wants to tell Oboro he's wrong and defend All Might. He wants to remind the ghost that no teacher has ever cared about him. There's a lot he wants to say, but nothing comes out, even when he tried. Look, Oboro says instead, voice coming out as a defeated sigh. There'd been a minute or so of contemplative silence as Izuku tried to remember how to speak, the ghost clearly waiting for him to say something too. He looks Izuku in the eyes, his own softening with understanding and a silent plea. Just don't write all teachers off, all right? You gotta give them a chance to be a good teacher.
Just.
Trust me, okay? Just trust me, okay? How many times had he heard that before? It's not the first time someone's asked that of him. It's not the first time he had placed his trust in someone, only for it to be an ill-advised move on his part. Trust is hard when you've grown up like Izuku has. Any trust he's placed in anyone had been broken. At some point, he'll have to stop being so trusting, stop being so naive. He'll have to stop trusting people, but for now, all he does is nod. All right. It's soft, almost tasting bitter on his tongue, because it feels like the wrong move. Even if he does trust this ghost. His throat feels tight, and his eyes refuse to even glance to his side at the ghost. I will. You'll tell Sho? Oboro's eyes sparkle with anticipation. He's grinning. It's the stupidly wide one, the one where his eyes are squinting shut as he flashes pearly white teeth. They'll think about it, Izuku reasons unsurely. But I do trust you, I think. I'll give them a chance. The teachers at Yui. Aizawa-sensei gave me a chance, right? He decided not to expel me when he was going to. So I'll return the favor. That's all I ask, Izuku. Oboro assures, smile softening. I promise he will prove himself. They all will. I trust them. They settle into a companionable silence after that. Izuku's still exhausted from spending the morning with Recovery Girl, the old woman using all his stamina twice before satisfied with his healed injuries. Then he's had a busy afternoon of playing catch-up with Aizawa-sensei before dumping all of his feelings and emotions out all over the floor, like an overturned handbag. Izuku can't help but let himself think about how much all of this is. It's harrowing, letting himself be so vulnerable around someone he barely knows. Yet, at the same time, he doesn't think he'd let himself do such a thing around anyone else. There's just something about Oboro, how fiercely attentive he is, and as much as Izuku hates it, how persuasive he is. He's noble in a way a lot of people aren't, and boldly righteous. He will tell you what he thinks, and why he thinks that way. In just 3 days of knowing the ghost, he'd already managed to wear Izuku down to the point he's seriously considering actually telling his new teacher. And it sounds nice. He'd like to have someone else in his corner. He'd like to have someone who knows he's not useless, who sees that he's trying, he really is, and that he's not leagues behind everyone else because he hadn't neglected his quirk all his life, but because he'd just gotten it and didn't know what he was doing. And fine, Aizawa-sensei definitely isn't the first person he'd pick to fill that role considering their rocky start to it, but if he's going to trust anyone, it'll be the teacher Oboro seems to trust wholeheartedly. He's not sure he'll be able to truly trust anyone else, not with something like this. He's not sure he'd be able to handle his trust being broken again, but he's willing to try for Oboro. Who knows? Maybe the ghost is right, and his new teachers are worth it. Maybe they'll actually help him? Wouldn't that be surprising? So, Oboro's voice finally breaks the silence, Izuku ping his head sideways to glance at him in question. Hisashi's pretty busy down at the radio station tonight, so. I was wondering if you'd be down to maybe, I don't know, make something to eat and watch something on TV until he's finished. Izuku snorts a laugh. Can you even eat? Izuku's silently thankful that whatever spat they'd just had is easily forgotten. He's not sure what he would have done if it had left things awkward between them, but if Oboro's letting it go now, he'll gladly do the same for the sake of settling into whatever weird normalcy he can get when hanging out with a ghost. I can't, the ghost whines pathetically, but I can smell it and look at it and be extremely jealous and envious that other people are eating it. That sounds horrible, Izuku comments, a small smile lifting to his face. Doesn't it, SCK? Oh yeah, big time. The ghost bemoans playfully, shoulder shrugging as he stands from the couch, stretching out his limbs. He walks around the coffee table now, pausing on the other end of the couch closest to the kitchen, where he grins widely. I'll just live vicariously through you. So, what you got to eat? Something good, I hope. Because that's not odd at all, Izuku teases as he moves to follow the other teen. He knows there's not a lot in the kitchen anymore. He's more a pick something quick up for dinner on your way home kind of guy, but he'll probably be able to find something to eat.
He is kinda hungry now.
How about instant curry noodles? Instant. Oboro frowns dramatically, but the flicker of a bright smile on his face lets Izuku know he's just jesting. I guess that'll do. Izuku lets out a hearty laugh at that, stepping past his friend and into the kitchen. He rummages through the barren cabinets, searching for the last instant curry noodles he remembers purchasing in a 2-for-1 sale a while back. He knows it's hidden somewhere. Unbeknownst to him, the ghost is eyeing each cabinet he opens in search of the noodles. The ghost worries his bottom lip between his teeth, eyes dimming uneasily at how unsettlingly empty his kitchen is. The most the ghost sees, the sicker he feels. Just what had Izuku been living off if his cupboards were this bare? Here it is. Izuku finally turns back to the other teenager, blissfully unaware of the deep frown on the ghost's face that had instantly transformed into a wide, yet faintly grim, grin, hiding away the ghost's worries of his new friend's living situation. The green-haired boy flashes a grin, holding up a small cup of instant curry noodles as proof that they exist. I knew I had one somewhere around here. I'll have to pick up more. This is my last one. Ooh, looks good. The ghost nods his head to appease, smile only wavering when Izuku turns back to the counter to set about filling and turning on the kettle. Oboro wants to say something about his observations, but even he knows that saying anything right now will definitely not be well received by the younger teen. He'd already cornered Izuku about his quirkless childhood and maybe pushed a bit too hard about his distrust for members of any and all authority, even if it really is for his sake. Not everyone in the world is out to get him, and Oboro'll be demed if he lets Izuku continue living that way. So he knows that Izuku's already on edge. Oboro cannot stir the pot again at this point. They'd just come to neutral territory. Oboro can't disrupt that.
So,
one problem at a time.